Okay, so we're gonna go live in 3, 2, 1, live.
All right, rock and roll. I think we should be live. So welcome in, everyone. I am Ptownrocks. I'm here with Ace Zephyr. I Blink 22. Mic check. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
All right, awesome. I'm here with Ace Zephyr, I Blink, and I think eventually we will be joined by Monetary Dragon. So I am the one running. The rest are commentating. I will let them take over the show and try to focus on the run. So take it away, guys.
Also, you're not Discord screen sharing, I think.
Oh, am I not? Let's see. See if we can remedy that. And there we go.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Good luck.
All right. I think we are ready to rock and roll. Timer starts on new game today. So let me make sure the turbo's good. Let me make sure the controller is good. And that should do it. 3, 2, 1, and go.
Alright, hello everyone. Welcome to Final Fantasy VII 100%. This, or to be a little bit more specific, 100% no slots and no warps. I will explain both of those in a bit, but 100% for the most part is requires you to defeat all bosses in the game, collect all items, collect all materia. You need to complete all side quests. You need to unlock all limit breaks. And there is probably something else in there that I'm forgetting that will become relevant later. So, yeah, that's the 100% category. No slots means, no slots in that definition refers to Kate Sith's slots limit break. Obviously, because this is a 100% run, we have to obtain a limit break. But, oh yeah, thanks Airborne. Enemy skills. We have to get all enemy skills on all of our enemy skill materia.
So this is a question I have regarding the no slots,
Yeah.
where when you have slots on Kate, it's mostly referring no slots as you're not using the glitch that involves slots. But if you used it and did something like the Playhouse or Giant Kate Sith, is that still acceptable for a run?
Hold on, guys. It sounds like I have Discord notifications on. We might want to shut those off before we start. Okay. Amy, would you like me to turn those off and restart? Because if I click off the game, it'll pause it. So it sounds like maybe I ought to go turn them off before we get going. Because I think you guys will hear my Discord notifications all day today. And so let me know, Amy, if you want me to go shut those off, because I will have to restart, or at least I'll just have to go in and do that.
We can restart the timer if you just want to start from the main menu again. Up to you. But we will need to swap that to just busy so that you don't get the notification noises.
Yeah, I'm going to, if I'm still live on stream, I'm going to read over that 100% rules document.
Yes, we are still live.
Cool. I'll do that when we start the run again. Also, just so I can have it, do you think that you can send me the RTMP link?
Also, Discord stream ended when you closed the application, so just a heads up on that.
Sorry, guys. I didn't realize I was muted. I was just saying I turned off notifications, and I'm ready to go.
All right, count us in.
We can't see the restream right now on Discord.
Oh, okay.
That's why I'm getting the RTMP link.
Yeah,
Cool.
I gotcha. There you go. Now you guys should be able to see it. All right. So I think then we are good to go. Blink and Ace, you can see it.
Yep.
Right on. Take 2. 3, 2, 1, and go.
So just as a recap of what Ace was explaining again, in 100% FF7, we're basically going to be collecting all the items, beating all the bosses, completing all the side quests, gathering all of the materia that is in the game, and grinding everybody's limit so that we can give them all their limit manuals that you collect through the run. There are some additional things in case we missed anything that Ace is looking up right now. And when I say collecting all the items, that even includes things such as weapons, armor, and accessories.
Yeah, so notably, all bosses, all limits, side quests, we have defined a specific set of side quests that exist in the game that we require to be completed for the 100% completion, which we will talk about when they become relevant. All items, collect one of every item at least, collect one of every materia, and yeah, that's 100%. Notably, what isn't included in 100% is things that require you to maximize or max out some stats or something. So like, we don't require you to max out any stats. We don't require you to max out the in-game timer. We don't require you to get the maximum amount of gil, anything like that. We don't require you to master any materia. We don't require you to get to level 99. Those are things that would basically be maxing out something, and we don't require you to do that. We just require you to collect all the things and not so much max everything out.
And I will name Cloud RRLAT today. The rest will do speedrunning strats.
Cool. Though I should let you know that there is a channel point reward for a very large amount of channel points that does say rename a character. So I'm not sure if you would want to abide by that if someone does happen to redeem it during this run, but I don't think it'll be very likely that someone does.
Well, hold on. I got one problem. My FPS is quite low today.
Maybe because Discord streaming. If I can try and get. Yeah, if it's Discord streaming, then I might be able to.
So we have a little problem with the FPS here, and the game's chugging along at a really slow speed. Now, sometimes all this requires is just a reset, and it's just a hiccup. But if you'll notice, it's running at like 20% slower speeds. So I'm sorry for the technical difficulties, guys, but I think I need to figure out what's going on here.
Can you try stopping streaming to Discord? I'm watching through RTMP.
Yeah, I can do that.
And I can get iBlink set up with that if that's necessary.
Okay.
Yeah, that could work.
Stop screen sharing. Is that what you guys are recommending?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
And let's see if your FPS normalizes.
Yeah. That is looking better all of a sudden. 14.6 in battle is about what it should be.
Yeah, this looks good to me on my end.
This is better. Okay. So it was just the Discord share.
Yeah, I can talk with iBlink to get him set up with RTMP.
Although it still is a little low. But I guess we do what we can today.
So you see right now that P-Town was just walking for a bit. This is a part of what we're going to call encounter manipulation, or step route, where essentially all encounters on field maps are predictable because the game does a very bad job of being random in order to generate them. And while I'm going to explain more of this later, we effectively are able to control and we're able to predict and somewhat control when we get encounters in the game.
Okay, looks like it's holding in there a little better now.
I guess to go over encounter manipulation a bit, or just step route. First of all, I guess what matters is whether screens are what we consider hostile or non-hostile. And I guess an important thing to... Basically, the first few screens in the game after the train were hostile, but everything from when Barrett started talking to us inside the room with the two doors and onwards so far has been non-hostile, but after the elevator, it will be hostile. It's also worth noting that P-Town is using a turbo controller for this run, where he's able to press a button to repeatedly press the circle button, or confirm. And actually, despite that, he still didn't get what we call fast elevator, where it's sort of a thing where because the elevator is going up and down in cycles, it seems, because the elevator is going up and down in cycles, if you are able to get through text quickly, you can clear it before it reaches the bottom of one of its cycles, and it waits until it's at the bottom of the cycle to go to the next screen. That essentially saves one cycle on the elevator, but it's a relatively small time save. So yeah, that fight that we just got there was predicted. We knew that we were going to get a fight against 3 grunt enemies there. And it was going to be about there on the screen. And the next fight we get should be about, like, here. And we should not get any more fights before the Guard Scorpion boss. However, P-Town will be walking a few steps right here in order to ensure that we don't get fights for a longer amount of time.
So as Ace was saying, the game likes to take a look at certain predetermined values that are coded. But simply, the walking just puts us underneath predetermined battle checks that are known. Walking does danger incrementation very slowly versus running, which does it very quickly. So that's why you've noticed, if you've done it ever in a casual playthrough of this game, that you tend to get a lot of encounters when you just run through the whole game.
So coming up here is the fight against Guard Scorpion. Unfortunately, it looks like we're not going to get lucky with our ATB. One of the big sources of RNG in this run is initial battle ATB, where the initial values of the ATB bars that both your characters and the enemies start off with is random. However, we're going to... the main strategy for the battle is to have Cloud use Bolt, which is strong against Guard Scorpion, who is weak to it, and have Barrett do regular attacks, since that's basically the only thing he can do.
Ooh, this might be an early Raider.
Yeah, that looks like it might be.
I think a rifle will give us a limit most of the time.
Yeah, so right here you can see that Guard Scorpion targeted Cloud twice, and in this battle we are very concerned about our limit break usages. in addition to stuff for 100%, which we'll talk about later. So right now, I'm pretty sure that Ptown is going to use this Braver that he just got to deal additional damage to Guard Scorpion. That will help us end the fight sooner, in addition to using a Braver, which itself is a required goal. So right here we're in tail phase, and Guard Scorpion is going to essentially counterattack using a strong tail laser attack whenever we attack it. And this is actually good because we want to end this fight with limit breaks stored on both of our characters. So we can use the strong counterattack to deal a lot of damage to our party to build up a lot of limit, and 2 tail lasers should get us all the way there, or in some cases almost all the way there. And like Cloud happens to not quite get a limit, but this will be fine.
That was a good start, though.
Yeah,
So we'll
definitely.
have to get it on the way out.
Cloud's also high rolling his bolts. Cloud's magic stat here is a little bit random, so how much damage he does with his bolts ranges from somewhere in the 86 range to somewhere in the 94 range. And yeah, he had high bolt rolls, so he had a high magic stat. So yeah, we should get a fight coming out of here on the next screen. And it's also worth noting that the screens that we get fights on are important to determine which fights we get, in a manner that I will explain later as well. But we're getting a fight here that is going to be, yeah, two guards and a couple of monodrives. And you saw that Ptown actually forced that fight back there. This setup that he's doing to get out of the reactor is a little bit precise or just a little bit specific that you have to do. So he's just doing that to have specific and consistent movement to make sure that he's able to get out without getting another battle, and also while not having to expend too many steps to actually do so. Because the weird thing about it is that what really matters is how many steps so far that you have taken in order to determine where in what we call the encounter table you are. So the more steps you take, the further ahead you are in the encounter table, and the earlier you're going to get encounters. So taking walking steps means that you travel less distance per step, and as a result, you move forward in the encounter table more, but you can do that in order to skip battles that would have happened earlier. It's a bit complicated, and it definitely needs a visual explanation in order to fully understand what's going on. But just if you take nothing away from this, just understand that we know where all the battles are going to be on field maps, and sometimes we can walk in order to make them not happen.
Another way we colloquially say what Ace explained is that running puts us ahead while walking puts us behind in terms of distance. And so whenever you hear if we got a fight behind, it just means that we're farther back than where we expect things. Or if we're ahead, we're farther ahead than where we expect fights to be.
And of course, I did not notice if I got the limit fill on Cloud for the Braver there. So
You did not.
If I didn't, I'll need to get it coming up on a...
Oh, actually, did you keep track of a potion drop?
If I did, I accepted it. I always take it.
I'm more
But I
thinking
did
about
not.
whether you want to pick up this potion up here.
I always get it, actually.
Yeah, I guess you don't really strictly route money, so it's fine. So here we have the flower girl, who we will be seeing again later. It doesn't really matter what options you pick when you talk to her. So, I mean, I guess it kind of does matter, but the fastest options are the first options. And here we have these 3 fights that we are going to not accept, hopefully.
Because generally not fighting is always faster.
Yeah.
And so coming up pretty soon, we're going to see one of the first FF7 speedrun technical stuff that you might see in any percent run as well. It's a skip that we call Jessie skip. And normally in this cutscene coming up, you would just run to Jessie and you would ask her to see what Midgar looks like and how the trains move and etc. But that's really slow. So some really smart people discovered that there's a way that you can skip that cutscene, essentially. And the tech involves running up to the end of the doorway here, where the people are running. And you're going to initiate talking to Jessie at the same time that we force this guard to come out, and it enables the state where we dodge Cloud being stuck, not moving during text boxes. And this way, Cloud is able to move freely while Jessie's talking to us, and it causes the game to progress, so we don't even see the cutscene whatsoever. And there we go. We just performed Jessie skip.
Yep, we essentially just cleared some text boxes that set the game in a state where the next time it goes to this field, it's going to play the second part of the cutscene. And then we leave the field before it actually transitions to the part in between the two parts of the cutscene. So we essentially get to skip that middle bit.
And this is this type of a skip, not particularly with Jessie, of course, but is something that we will commonly see throughout the run, and it just allows us to skip some of the tedious bits with a lot of text boxes. We'll make note of them when they come up.
So here we're going to actually be reloading the screen. I'm not sure if Ptown does this. I think he actually still just reloads the screen instead of doing Iron Bangle early. But what Ptown's going to be doing, I believe, is reloading the screen to get everybody out of the way on the way to Seventh Heaven, and to then go be able to talk to Barrett immediately.
Yeah, I think that thing that you were mentioning earlier is probably just a console save. More so than anything.
It's probably it probably saves time on PC as well, but not nearly as much.
Yeah.
Basically, what I was mentioning is we have to go to the shop after this in order to buy an item called the Iron Bangle, which also will get me into missable items, but and we also have to reload the screen, so we recently figured out that you can just reload the screen by going down to the shop and buying the Iron Bangle instead of just exiting and entering it up there. So, I guess talking about the Iron Bangle, there are many items in this game that are missable. And I also a little bit with the 100% definition. It is possible to collect one of every item in the game by the end of the game without any sort of glitches. It is not at all possible to do that with key items, so we don't require key items in this run. And they're more just progression flags than actual items that you possess, so we don't really consider them to be a part of the 100% definition. I can understand that this might seem kind of controversial or whatever, but that's sort of just how we decided the run should be. But with items, there are many items that you can't get, that you can only get at certain parts of the game. And the Iron Bangle is actually one of the most devious of these, I guess, because the only shop that you can buy it from is this one in Sector 7, as far as I'm aware. And after you leave here, and after you go on the train to Sector 5, I believe, you can no longer get you can no longer obtain the Iron Bangle item, and so we kind of need to get it now for 100%. And so in this run, we will be going to get it immediately after we finish this cutscene here at 7th Heaven, where Tifa and Cloud reminisce on the past, I believe. While it's happening, I'm actually going to go refill my water.
And yes, as many of you are seeing in the chat, we colloquially sometimes call this the Iron Bagel. That is not a typo. That is just something that the FF7 community has adopted. And as Ace said, key items are definitely not something that we consider a run to be 100%, as there's no way to get all key items, and I'm sure that there are some controversial topics about it with how other things, how we can define that in a run.
Just FYI, I am going to turn my fan on extreme performance here. I think it might affect my FPS, so I'm going to bump that up. It pauses the game when I do that, so that's why the game paused there.
Totally understandable.
Yeah, not a problem at all. Yeah, I guess talking about FPS, the PC version of this game is weird. So
Let's just say unoptimal.
yeah, it has the issues with FPS usually aren't that FPS is too low, but rather that it's too high, which kind of means usually when you're playing PC, you're going to be playing it and it's going to usually run a little bit higher than 30 FPS on fields. Sometimes, depending on your computer setup, up to maybe like 36 FPS. Just because the game does that. I don't know why, but it just runs differently and at different speeds for different people on different computers. Now, we have a sort of fix for this, where we can have a program that edits the game a little bit. Also here, he's going to skip the materia tutorial. This is important. I just didn't realize that was coming up, but yeah, the materia tutorial is like 2 minutes unskippable, or unskippable if you don't select the option to skip it, of course, and not very good.
Yeah, it's very slow, and for the most part, we need to get through that dialogue box anyway to be able to use materia. And that's why you see a lot of people go through this part of the game in any percent route, even though there's a skip you could do right here that we don't do in 100%. But so as you see, Ptown just skipped it.
Yeah, we just got the materia menu, which you might think, like, maybe for a run that does only a little bit of the game, like, say if there's a run that does only a little bit of the game, like if you know what PC any percent is, you'd think maybe it's faster to not get the materia menu in that kind of category where you just have to go through a bit of the game and just don't use materia. The problem is there is another skip later that requires materia, that saves more time than it takes to get the materia menu, which we will talk about when we come to it. But for now, we're not doing that skip, and it's not because 100% prohibits major skips in any way, or that there's some kind of story thing that we need. It's actually literally just because of the Airbuster boss fight, which we could only do by not doing that skip, which is guard skip that you've probably seen if you've seen some other run of this game that isn't 100% or no major skips or whatever.
Yeah, and as we've learned through a lot of this game, materia is very important for making the game a little bit easier for us.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, here we have another train segment, though we are going to be caught because our ID cards are not very good, apparently.
One
You norm-
important. Oh, sorry. Let me bring up one thing here. You're gonna notice though, as P-Town's about to do it, we only go down one car here. There's a bit of a thing with FF7 where they like to make the game realistic, and we only go down one car so we can get ourselves closer to where we need to be. And this is also part of the movement manipulation that Ace was saying for encounters. So this is the most optimal way that we go. And P-Town right now is just spinning circles to burn time so we get stuck in this car.
Actually, I think you got that backwards. If you went down more cars, you actually would need to go through fewer screens in order to get to the ladder. But we just take the extra screens because they're faster, and we just route them into the movement manipulation.
Got it. Sorry. Yeah, I had that flipped around in my brain.
Yeah, like if you went down all the way, you'd only have to go through like one screen total, I think. But right there, you saw P-Town do a menu. We had some time to kill, and it turns out that the timer that is at the bottom of the screen continues to tick down while you're in the menu. Also, here we have rocket launchers. And P-Town's going to be doing some steps after this. Yeah, 6 or 7 steps. Those are rocket launchers. Then what was I talking about? The menu. I don't know if you backroad his party. I don't think you do that in Hundo.
I think your notes say we don't do that until after we leave Midgar.
Yeah, I think we want front row to build limits, but yeah.
Except Eric, who's already comes back road.
Yeah, we don't worry about her. What was I gonna say? Yeah, and then we took off the ice materia from Cloud, and here we get a fight against these enemies. We took the ice materia off Cloud in order to, I believe boost his attacks, because like materia both gives you abilities and has some stat effects. So for magic materia, they raise your MP and magic, but they lower your strength and HP. And so we wanted to take off ice materia in order to have a little bit of additional strength for an attack that we're going to be doing in a bit. There are 2 ladders you can take to get off of this screen right here, the left one or the right one. We take the left one because it's actually longer to get to it, as in like you have to walk for more, but the ladder itself is much shorter, and there isn't an intermediate screen in a sewer thing that we would have to do if we took the other ladder. So it actually turns out that it's fewer steps in order to get to the right ladder, but it's less time if you take the left ladder.
And we also, in order to just keep the encounter manipulation, we would have to spend time to force a fight in order to still maintain our manipulation, and that's wasted.
Yeah, of course. And we still had to run a little bit to force a fight here just to make sure we don't get it too late. There are some weird things with having the encounter route and transitioning between screens where it's either just safer or less, or like where you have to think about it less if you force fights in certain places. Like we don't have to think about we don't have to think about the fact that your danger value increases more on this screen compared to the last screen if you just force the fight in a certain space and waste a little bit of time doing so.
So I think I saw P-Town stutter a half step there, and I think he might have believed that he underwalked what he needed to get under a battle check.
Maybe.
We'll see right now.
Yeah,
it looks like he's good.
He's good. He would have gotten the battle already if he didn't walk.
Yeah.
So yeah, and it's definitely this step route, especially on the PC version, is fairly loose, except for a couple of parts, but that pretty much means that it's going to usually be safer to walk more than you need to, and I mean, we're definitely going to be going for safety in this run as much as possible, or as much as reasonable, I guess. So because of that, it's definitely fine to take a half step extra or a full step extra or whatever in most cases. Especially also with the PC version specifically, because There is a thing with going between screens on the PC version where your progress towards the next encountered check, which is with something we call your fraction value, gets reset between screens on the PC version, but it does not get reset between screens on the PSX version. And this step route was created for PSX, so it's definitely less precise and more forgiving on PC.
So one thing I've noticed, it's very interesting. I've noticed when you hold run whenever you grab a ladder, that Cloud actually does run to it. Right there, we saw him walk, but just a little fun thing that I just realized in the moment.
Yeah.
Another reason this game is attempting realism.
Yeah, Ptown got that encounter pretty late, actually. You usually want to get it at the bottom of the stairs, and I think, yeah, he's going to force a limit on Cloud.
Okay. Yep, good point.
Oh, I thought I
Perfect.
didn't. Yeah, that's good.
And so what Ace mentioned there with, like, getting it a little bit up the ladder, this is what we would call a head. So Ptown is having really good movement. You know, not overwalking anything and putting himself significantly behind.
Yeah,
and
you
then
should actually
also,
overwalk a bit here, maybe.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, you want to. Yeah, this field has a higher danger increase than the one before.
And it
If I
looks like he
remember
did walk a
correctly.
little extra. Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, so that was the button game. That was the button game. You press a button at the right time, and a door opens when everybody presses the button at the same time. That's more a timing thing, and it is very common for runners to just miss that and mess it up a lot, but luckily Ptown is pretty good at the game. So here we're going to have another boss fight against Airbuster, which it'll be pretty fun. And yeah, someone was asking in chat who the third commentator is. If you want to introduce yourself again, iBlink.
Yes, I am iBlink22. I'm a fairly new 100% runner, and I just started running this game this year, but this is the only category I run, and I'm really into it.
Yeah, I am a Zephyr. I don't actually really do speedruns of this game, at least not yet. It's something that I've been sort of wanting to do for about 2 years at this point, but mostly what I do is research and routing, and just figuring stuff out, I guess.
And I am Ptownrocks, and I've been told my mic is very low, so I will let these guys handle the commentary.
So Airbuster is a pretty simple fight in the speedrun. We take advantage of how the formation of this fight is because this boss, like other bosses, takes increased damage from back attacks. So Ptown, you're going to see may either spam circle or, yeah, he spams circle right here. So he can utilize the physical attacks to maximize back attack damage. Because as you're seeing, Airbuster...
We got it.
You got it?
We got the Cloud crit.
Oh, I might be a little behind.
Whoa, that is incredible. That is incredible. So that Braver is only supposed to do about 500, 550 or so damage. That was a critical hit right there. Limit breaks can critical hit, and it would have been better if we got the limit crit on Barrett, because then we would have had a chance to one-shot the boss if we did over 1,200 damage, which is a thing that has happened in the past, but getting it on Cloud is still really great.
Yes, because we got to skip Tifa's turn. Normally, like Ace said, it does significantly less damage, and Tifa would need to finish with an attack. So we did save some time here, guys.
Yeah, so that boss essentially it sort of shows how powerful back attacks can be, and also sort of doesn't, because the boss starts off facing Cloud. Barrett does his limit break, which does a back attack on the boss, and then it turns around to face Barrett to do a counter attack. And then Cloud does his limit because it's now facing Barrett, it'll do a back attack as well. And so you just do 3 back attacks in a row normally. But why I say it doesn't really show how powerful back attacks are is because that boss is special in that it takes 5 times damage from back attacks, where usually and normal enemies will usually just take 2 times damage. So it's So it definitely is a boss centered around managing the direction the boss is facing, but it also sort of lying to you in how powerful back attacks are.
Correct. As far as I know, there might be one other boss other than Apps. Apps is the next boss that we're going to encounter, and he also takes increased damage from back attacks. 4 times, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that should not be relevant in this run because we're not going to have him in a back attack formation, but that's a thing that happens in the any percent run.
Yes. I think there might be one more boss, Ace. It's not coming to mind.
If there is one more boss, it's not relevant. As in, like, there isn't a way to get into a back attack as far as I'm aware, I think. I don't know. Maybe there is. I don't know. So here we have Aerith, or Eris, depending on when, I guess probably depending on when you learned her name.
Which is also a controversial topic in the FF7 community, just like key items.
Yeah, interestingly, if you were to do that guard skip sequence break we didn't do earlier that we sort of mentioned, then you get a default Aerith in the party, whose name is Aerith with a TH at the end as opposed to an S. However, the naming screen is what sets her default name to Eris, and we don't really worry about the question and just name her A. And I guess the reason we've been naming characters only one character is because this game has scrolling text, which populates at about 6 characters per frame on the fastest setting. I believe it's something like that, and so like it definitely, especially over the course of a 100% run, it's going to add up the amount of time that's saved from scrolling text boxes with shorter character names. So here we have the church segment, where we have to escape the Turks and Marino and the guys that he has with him. Eris is going to fall down here, and we have to get her back up. The thing that we're going to do, assuming P-Town doesn't select the wrong option, is to have Aerith run away from the first guy, then push the middle of these 3 barrels onto the second guy, and then have Aerith run away from the third guy, I think. Or at least do those options in that order, not necessarily away from those specific guys, I think. The Eris runs away. And we get an encounter here. This is a tiny bit earlier than we expected, but it'll be fine. And it's probably yeah, it's a little bit earlier because we did a little bit of extra walking to make sure we didn't get an encounter earlier. And we're standing right by this barrel, which is the one we're going to want to push onto this guy right here. And finally, we have the third guy who we want Aerith thrown away from.
And once again, the reason we're not moving here, we're waiting for Aerith to come to us, is the screen is hostile. So, again, it's part of encounter manipulation.
It also wouldn't save any time if we were to go to Aerith or anything like that.
Correct. So we just sit back. This is somewhat of a, a water break. You can just drink your water, wait for Aerith to run to you.
And yeah, actually, on that last screen, if you curve up left fast enough, then Aerith takes the wrong path going to the left, because she's just going in your direction in a straight line. So you go to the left earlier, and she takes that wrong turn to the left, which is kind of funny.
And kind of going on the thought I started there, as you guys know, or as you guys can see in the left, this is a long run. FF7 is generally a long run, but there are very spaced out and known time slots where things are happening in the run that we, the runners, are trying to familiarize ourselves with, but they can be used for bathroom breaks and quick breaks that we know because they are longer than about a minute. It's one common thing I always see in chats is people asking, "Hey streamer, how do you do a bathroom break on a run this long?"
Yeah. So he's not getting it yet, but one of the side quests that is in this game is something called Turtle's Paradise, which is a sort of an establishment or a bar that is, I guess it would be a bar or something like that in Wutai, who has posted 6 advertising flyers around the game. For some reason, they thought that a good place to post one of these flyers is upstairs in some kid's room, I think.
I'm convinced he stole it.
Oh, yeah. Good point. Anyway, the game keeps track of these posters when you read them, and you have to read all 6 of these posters in order to be able to get a reward from Turtle's Paradise. And we consider this whole ordeal to be a side quest that we have to complete. So we have to go and read each of the 6 posters at some point throughout the run. And now is a good time to go read the first one. We have 4 opportunities to do so that are good, so any of them work, may as well get it over with soon. And yeah, to answer some questions, I guess, in chat, yeah, we do need to master the enemy skill materias. We don't need to master any other materias for the 100% definition. It's just the enemy skill materias because we consider those to be we consider those enemy skills to effectively be items or things that you have to collect, as opposed to like a number that you have to get to a maximum value, which is what all the other materias to master are. In addition, if you said that you had to master all materias, that would include the underwater materia, which is possible to master. It is just ridiculously difficult. So here
there's even a bug with it too.
Yeah, here we're going to walk out. We're going to collect these things that Aerith or someone put in our room, and walk out and leave her back in her room where she will definitely stay and we will never see her again.
There's a nice little thing that Ptown just did right there that's a bit of a time save. You can preemptively input movement while Cloud is forcibly moving right there to leave the room, and you will be able to collect those item sacks that are right next to the doorway without Cloud straying from his forced movement path.
There we sold all of our items except the iron bangle, which you don't want to sell because we can't get it again at this point. And bought a lot of grenades. We're going to be using those to blow things up, because it turns out that when you have the choice of what way you're going to use to defeat enemies, blowing them up is usually good. Here we're going to do playground skip. Hopefully we get it. This is random.
There's roughly about a 50% chance that this works, and it looks like we didn't get it.
Okay, so what was going to happen there, what would have happened there is Cloud would have just ran past Aerith, and that's not the major time save. The major time save is that in this next area, Aerith's the cutscene that's in the playground isn't going to happen, or wouldn't happen, if we had gotten playground skip. Now, the reason why I said this is random is because there is a 50-50 chance that this works or not, which is entirely out of your control. It's not RNG. It is basically whether you cross the area that Aerith is checking for to start the cutscene on an even frame or an odd frame. And I mean, sort of obviously, you can't exactly determine if that's going to be the case when you cross over it. If you're just pressing the button on one frame, and we don't really have a way to tell whether you're currently on an even frame or an odd frame, so it is just random. So yeah, this cutscene is pretty extensive, like 90 or 75 or whatever seconds. So getting that skip would have been really nice. I guess if I want to talk about that skip a little bit, it was actually found as a result of a comment posted on the SGDQ 2017 FF7 VOD of a guy saying, "Hey, I was able to do this skip," or something like that. And like usually that's usually a joke, but in this case it wasn't a joke. And regardless of whether I don't like, maybe Jesse Gordon could have been making that up, but most likely he wasn't.
There was another recent thing that was found that we started incorporating in the runs that it probably existed at one point, or that like we were familiar with it, but when we get there, we're gonna bring it up again. But it has to do with when we come back to Midgar later in the game.
Oh yeah, that thing. That's really cool.
Yeah, it seems like that was found also on a forum, and someone in someone's stream chat brought it up, and then that was how we ended up finding it. It wasn't even someone in the FF7 community.
So here's Wall Market. We are going to at least try to and hopefully succeed at collecting the dress. And getting I mean, obviously we're going to get the dress because you have to get the dress in order to proceed with the game, but we're going to get a pretty dress such that Cloud is the one that Don Corneo is going to choose, and that saves time for several reasons. It turns out that it doesn't actually take much extra time to get it. You still have to do most of the things whether you want the dress or not. But if you want to get the dress, if you want to get why do I think it's just the dress? If you want to get Cloud chosen or not, you have to do the things regardless.
And one thing that we do here is, contrary to popular belief, you can get through this with a minimal number of key items. And so you don't necessarily need to go to the Honeybee Inn to get lingerie and stuff. There are just a couple of items that you need, one of which Cloud's getting right here in a moment. But we're setting up the quest for it. The ones that you need the dress, of course, which are mandatory to move the story along, and the wig from the Squats game that's going to be coming up shortly. And those are the minimum that you need in order to actually progress the game. Beyond that, to get the points so Corneo chooses Cloud, you're going to see right now is we're picking up a pharmacy coupon so we can get a digestive. This gets us some sexy cologne. And we're going to be getting a power drink from a vending machine in an inn, and that gets us a diamond tiara. And that, combined with the wig and the dress, are just all you need in order to get chosen by Corneo.
Yeah, speaking of pharmacy coupon, yep, he selects the second option here, where you have to say that the food was all right in order to get the pharmacy coupon from the restaurant there. That allows you to buy the digestive, the third option here. He's definitely taking these menus a little bit slower than normal, which is a good thing. You don't want to mess up any of these options. Doing that would incur 2 extra fights against some guys, Scotch and some guys in the basement, which we would rather not do. Luckily, we don't consider Scotch to be a boss, despite him being a sort of special enemy. So he's not required for the 100% definition. And here we stayed at the inn and bought the 200 the 200 gil drink. We turned it over to this guy who really likes it and gives us a diamond tiara.
But Aerith can't know about it, so that's why she's turned around.
Oh yeah, good point. So coming up here is going to be a thing. So we're going to talk to this person in the toilet here who is going to let us move around without locking our movement. That's going to let us talk to the old man and do a paralysis dodge.
Which is kind of the thing we kind of brought up with Jessie Skip, but this one is at a more complicated level.
Yeah, we're basically carrying on 2 conversations at the same time. And doing so very precisely so that we are able to navigate through both of them and select the correct text options. And he does so perfectly. That's called bar skip, where you can essentially both give the digestive to the person in the toilet and talk to the dress shop owner, or his father or whatnot, and get the correct dress from him at the same time. And yes, this skip can easily soft lock if you are not careful about it. So like, I wasn't surprised that Ptown went for it because he's good at it and he's comfortable with it, but it's definitely still kind of nervous. It definitely still makes you kind of nervous.
Yeah. So what we mean by that particularly is if you mess up how you do that with clearing too many text boxes or something in the way you do the skip, what essentially happens is because the lady in the toilet forces you to be in a certain position, it could force Cloud to start running, and he runs into a table and gets stuck there. And that's what we mean by soft lock, because he can't do anything. Cloud is programmed to run to that spot as the lady's walking out of the toilet.
All right, I know for a lot of you it's morning, but we're getting up and doing squats if you can.
Oh, good point. I'm gonna do mine right now.
Yep.
Just make sure you ask the lady for your wig when you're done.
Good point. Alright, I started late, but I only got 10 squats. So, for that minigame, you just press 3 buttons alternatively, and and Cloud does squats, and you have to get at least more than, strictly more than the amount that the other guy gets, and you get the best wig, which lets you progress. It's random how many times he messes up, which is a little bit it's a little bit nerve-wracking, and sometimes he gets pretty close to you, but it's usually not very hard to get more than him.
From what I've heard, the max number that you can actually do in this is 21 squats, and based on the RNG of the guy, he can actually get to 20 squats, and you always want to make sure that you beat him, because that's how you get the best wig. If you tie with him, that's also another wig, but that's not the optimal one, and it'll kill your run.
Yeah, unfortunately. I'm pretty sure it's always possible to beat him, though that actually brings up a little bit of a difference between the PC and PSX versions, because another difference with that is frame rate. I mean, like, another thing that the difference in frame rate results in is that if you had, I'm not sure if it is a higher or a lower frame rate, or yeah, no, if you have a higher frame rate, then you can actually get more squats in before the end of the timer, because I'm pretty sure it uses real time for the timer. Whereas you can have more game that passes within the period from the start to the end of the time. I'm actually kind of tired from doing squats. My God.
Same here.
Sorry. If you have a higher frame rate, you can get more squats in between the start and the end of the game. Which is another reason why PC is kind of jank.
But yeah, I have seen one runner actually fairly recently tie on the squats with 20 to 20, so it was very unfortunate.
Luckily, it is pretty consistent to get, to do squats. So yeah, Cloud picked up an ether there. We're going to be picking up more items that we're going to be selling later. We just picked up a few items throughout the previous bit of the game in order to sell them to buy grenades. Money routing in 100% is pretty important for several reasons. We need enough money to buy a lot of things, though this will not really be relevant after a certain point. But for the beginning of the game, we need specific ranges of money, such that having too much or too little is not very good. Ptown doesn't really manage his money, or at least route managing his money as precisely as other runners do, but and he's okay with taking extra shops to deal with that. But that is definitely a part of 100% regardless. So here, Cloud should get picked, hopefully.
If he doesn't, we definitely did something wrong.
Yes, that would be a problem.
I'm starting to notice a trend that with these certain individuals that they decided to add a cigar onto their models. You'll see with
Yeah.
like Corneo and President Shinra. Now, one thing that's lesser known is actually behind this bed, there is a hyper that you can pick up. We are currently skipping it. Ace has routed a favorable way that we want to set up inventory at the early game that makes it so that when we go into menus later on, things are in a more convenient spot for less inputs.
Yeah, there is a bit of a newer route idea that iBlink actually thought of where you can grab that hyper and use it on Tifa in order to build up more limits on her, which allows you to more consistently do a strat on apps as well as get more limit uses from her, which will be important later. Though it's fine if P-Town is not doing that because it's not it might I'm pretty sure it would be worth doing, but we haven't really gone through the process of figuring out whether that would be worth it or not yet.
There are still a lot of experimental things with optimizations for the 100%. And rather than talk about the optimizations, we should talk about more things that we're seeing right now. But it is fun to note that exists back there.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, we got a cutscene in the Shinra Mansion, right? Not Shinra Mansion, Shinra Tower. Those are two very different buildings. Shinra Tower right now with the president, and afterwards we will be flung into the sewers with Apps, the boss. Now, because you're actually in the any percent category, we try and we get a preemptive against this fight by using another sort of quirk with the encounter table. We will most likely not be getting that in 100%. There is a preemptive step ID you can hit or you can aim for. So there's a way to sort of aim for a preemptive here, but you usually don't get it, and it really doesn't save that much time to do so 100%.
And it's harder to be more consistent with compared to any percent. We have more distance that we have to travel with trying to achieve that.
Yeah, definitely.
One thing we're going to see right here, however, is P-Town is setting a turn order specifically with Cloud and then Aerith and Tifa. And actually, I think he may have missed it, but this is to ensure that... Okay, no, he didn't. This is to ensure that he gets a kill with Aerith, because one thing we notice is Aerith is a very temporary character. Spoiler alert. And if we want to 100% and get all of her limits, we need to ensure that we get a lot of things done in the early game, and this is to make it more favorable for us to get kills on her and guarantee that in our encounter manipulation, we get her limits at an appropriate time that still makes it to when we lose her.
Oh no, spoilers.
Oh, no spoilers.
Yeah, basically the thing that we do here essentially ensures that Aerith is going to throw the grenade that gets the kill on Apps.
And there it was. One other thing that was a little lesser known is we use a bolt with Cloud very early on. The bolt kind of messes with Apps' programming and makes it so that he doesn't do any longer animation attacks and he'll just jump and create tsunamis.
Yeah, that makes the fight pretty scripted, where he just he skips a turn, does a front tsunami, skips a turn, and then does a back tsunami. There's a strat that you can sometimes do, which lets us skip that second back tsunami, but we weren't able to do it this run, which is fine. It's just a bit of time loss. Actually, it's time loss and a lot of damage on our characters, which P-Town might want to heal up, but...
well, we have a menu coming up, so it's safe.
Yeah, definitely. So, right there we grab the steel materia. We are going to be stealing several things in this run, starting with one coming up very soon, actually.
Ooh, he got a fight in the sewer. So...
yeah, might want to consider double training.
Potentially, there's there is a train coming up that we have to move, and depending on which way you do it can save you some steps. That fight that we got there is an indicator, whether we get it out here or in the sewers, whether we want to do what we call double training, and that's moving the train twice. You need to move it once in order to progress the story. The second time just gets it so that you have less steps, but you lose a little bit of time. People consider it if they're behind on steps for whatever reason in a run, and we may see it here, we may not. This is PC after all.
So we're equipping Steel on Cloud and setting it to ATB weight. We have had the game on ATB active this entire time, where time will continually progress throughout a battle and will never stop during attack animations or during menus or whatever. In ATB weight, time will stop and the battle ATBs will all freeze while you are either in a menu or in some battle animations. That'll be useful to prevent enemies from constantly getting attacks, but it also makes running away from fights harder. So right here we are in the ghost fight, and we need to steal an item from these ghosts right here called the Ghost Hand. This is another item that you pretty much can't get later. Or at least right now I think it's the most convenient to get, and I'm not really I don't think that there's really a way to get it much later.
There is, but it's significant time loss given how early it is in the run that you might as well reset if you didn't get it here.
Yeah.
So that was what that whole menu before this fight was for, with equipping the steel, is so that way we can do this fight very safely while the fight is on ATB weight, and we have the steel so that we could steal the Ghost Hand and restore so that we could heal up our party after the apps fight. So it looks like you skipped that potion. That potion that P-Town passed by right there is a safety potion. We've routed to get a few through the run, and so it seems like we're adding a little bit of risk here, but it's minimal. Those potions are there for your benefit for something later in the run.
Yeah, P-Town electing not to double train, which is fine. He's on PC. He'll most likely the encounter where he got most likely the encounter's perfectly fine where he got it for being on PC.
Oh,
Yeah.
We are more.
Yeah.
So the double train would be with that bottom train. As you see, it moved that train car on the very left just a little bit. We would get back in the train if we felt that we were going to jeopardize our encounter manipulation on the step route.
Yeah, I mostly consider this category in terms of the PlayStation version, where, for reasons I said before, your step route and your encounter manipulation is significantly tighter and more precise. And so I think that I would definitely double train if I had gotten an encounter there.
Yeah, and skipping that potion too probably also helps if you were in that position too on console.
Yeah, definitely. That's like an extra step you have to take.
That was a conscious decision to not get that.
Yeah, that's no problem at all. So we've got the tower here. I guess talking about steps, sort of with the encounter manipulation, you definitely want to try and be efficient in your movement, not only because it saves time to do so, but because the fewer steps you can take, the fewer encounters you're going to get, which is generally a good thing. And so we want to try and be efficient with our movement and get places in less steps and less distance. And that also includes these stairs right here, which, at least for new runners, can definitely be tricky to get up efficiently without going backwards or whatever.
And also with these hyper fast load times on PC.
Yeah, the point is mostly that you have to try and stay within the inside of the stairs as opposed to going to the outside of them. And you have to round all these corners pretty well. So we got an encounter at the top end. Yeah, P-Town is definitely fine on steps, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to see this encounter towards the top of the stairs or later.
I usually, for myself, I always use Jessie as a criteria there. That if I'm ahead of Jessie when I get that I think I'm pretty good, maybe okay. If I'm behind, that's terrible.
Yeah, definitely. So we're gonna have the arena fight coming up here. Hopefully we can throw off a couple of grenades before he gets his first attack. And if so, we might also do some limit breaks then.
You guys also saw that P-Town did switch it back to active. That was a preference here. There are strats for how we do this fight either way. And I'll let Ace continue there. But it looks like we got some limits in, so we might get both of our limits in.
Yeah, Cloud got a first turn grenade. By holding up and circle, or up and confirm on the... by holding up and confirm, we instantly wrap the menu around on the top of the item, select it, then go to grenade at the top and select that as well. And because of that, that's like how we're able to very quickly select our grenades. And because of that, that's why we're going to have grenades in the top slot of our inventory for a lot of the run.
So this fight's going very favorably. For what I'm seeing right now. Typically when Reno does a pyramid there, he ignores the character that's in the pyramid. So it's very favorable for us to get Cloud to get limit builds or limit damage. So the only unlucky part of that fight for us was that Cloud did get pyramid, but we got his braver off.
That was a great fight.
That was
Yeah,
a great
definitely.
fight.
Also, one more Braver and one Beat Rush usage. I'm keeping track of those.
Yeah, and 3 Bravers at this point is that's right where you want to be.
Yep. Yeah, 3 Bravers here is definitely more than you would, like, a little bit more than you, I think, would expect.
Yeah.
Mostly because we got that Braver on Guard Scorpion.
Yep.
Oh, slap, skip, let's go.
Nice.
Yo. So you see here, Aerith is reaching down and it just gets hit out of nowhere. That is slap skip, where Tsung does not go over and slap Aerith.
How much time save is that?
I don't even know if it is time save.
I
That's
believe
like
it's literally 0. It's just a cool thing to get.
Yeah, that happens. That sort of happens if you progress through the text boxes in the right way. I don't know if it's necessarily you having to be as fast as possible, or if it's just that you have to close the text box at like a specific time or whatnot. But it's a thing that you can get sometimes.
I agree with what Sigrun, I think that's your name, in chat said. It looks like Sung just used his ghost hand to slap Aerith.
Yeah, good point.
And now we say goodbye to Sector 7. Because this is the point where we are never seeing it ever again.
Yes. Sector 7 just became Sector _.
I also see another thing about this. So you guys are going to see this yellow orb right there. We're going to totally skip that through the whole run because it's absolutely not necessary. And we always see comments about this in people's chats whenever we do Hundo about like, yo, you're missing that orb. You're missing that materia right there. Go get it. This is a sense materia. So the game likes to provide this to us because, for casual, it's a nice little cute thing to have to see what your enemy's health and stuff is. But Red 13, which we're going to get in a little bit, actually comes store-bought with the sense materia. And that's the only one we ever need in the run. We never use it. It just sits in our inventory forever.
I like using the phrase store-bought there.
Yeah, it's just like Aerith or Eris. She comes store-bought with whatever name that she has.
Yeah. There are a couple of times where that's relevant to the Hundo run. Yuffie comes with a carbon bangle, which we don't get anywhere else, and that was actually a routing thing a while ago where we bought a carbon bangle despite Yuffie coming with one.
Mm-hmm. She also comes with the throw materia, but sometimes we accidentally buy a throw materia somewhere, but I know she has it. I think it's when we pick it up in Rocket Town that we just buy all the materia there thoughtlessly.
I
Yeah,
usually
we're gonna
buy one just by accident, an extra throw.
Yeah,
Yeah.
at that point of the run, you're no longer really thinking about that. You're just buying things.
Mm-hmm.
And just FYI, I will take a 1-minute break and hit the restroom when we get to Eris flashback.
No worries at all.
I might prep myself a little breakfast.
Yeah, there's going to be a bit of a cutscene where not a whole lot's going to be happening in a bit, and Ptown's got his turbo controller on. We can talk about turbo, I guess, a bit, but that's a good that's a decent break for anybody that might need it at the beginning of this run.
Definitely only if you have turbo. There are text boxes to clear there.
Yeah, there are a few bathroom breaks that are like actual bathroom breaks without text boxes to clear, but having turbo definitely makes it significantly more convenient to navigate through these long cutscenes, both because you can just AFK and take a bathroom break sometimes, and also it definitely does take a toll on your hands. I guess speaking of turbo, we recently sort of allowed turbo in its own separate category on our leaderboards. We used to have a pretty strict ban on turbo controllers in the FS7 community, but we more recently have allowed them and separated out a category for them. And now I believe every category now has a turbo and non-turbo leaderboard split.
I believe we also forgot one thing here, Ace. So this is a category called 100% no slots and no warps. Ace,
Oh yeah.
do you want to take the honors of explaining the no warps part?
So the PC version is a bit messed up, as you have seen in a couple of times, but you can literally wrong warp in this game to the debug room, among other places. The developers left a debug room in this game, which you might have heard of before, and there's a relatively simple glitch that you can use to just warp there on the PC version. No other version of the game worked like this. Maybe some other versions too, but definitely not the PlayStation version. And so maybe on the PC version, it would be possible to go to the debug room and collect a bunch of items and get very overpowered early in the game in order to go through it faster. This run, to basically make it the same as the PSX run for the most part, I mean, it's definitely not the same, but it's significantly more in line with the PSX run, does not use warps at all and prohibits them completely. Like, wrong, by warps I mean like wrong warps, basically. I guess an interesting thing might be to try and route out a 100% PC category with warps, but I have not tried to do that yet. Someone's asking for a commentator introduction again. I am Ace Zephyr, and I'm not sure if he's right here right now, but iBlink is with me as well, and the runner is Ptown. Ptownrocks. And materia smuggling technically is allowed, but it's never useful. Like, it's allowed, but you wouldn't be able to create a new file to do it with. You wouldn't be able to have a New Game Plus file in order to smuggle materia from. You're only allowed to use files that you have created in the course of this run during the run. But, like, you could technically duplicate materia by saving the game in two different places and smuggling materia from one of those files to another one of those files, and then you'd have more materia on the other file, but that's just never useful. And materia smuggling would be too slow to get materia into the Wutai side quest, and I'm pretty sure that you would lose materia that you would bring in there with you. Alright, we got an encounter here, which is good. Part of the encounter manipulation is that you need to get an encounter on this field, right here. So the fact that we got it here is good. Coming up here, we're going to buy the batteries, which are going to allow us to be able to power some devices and navigate the wrecked ruins of the Sector 7 collapse to navigate to the Shinra Tower. These fields coming up here, which are on the way to the Shinra Tower, have some pretty weird collision if you're not really used to it. And also the swinging game is also a little bit weird if you're not really practiced with it, I think. There are some good cues that you can use to it, like the squeak noise is a pretty good cue, as well as the rope sort of hitting the floor on the left of it. But this is definitely an area that you want to practice at least a little bit before going through it. Though luckily it's not live on steps, so if you're slow, you're just slow there's not really any other effect to it. At least that would be the case that would be the case in a run like this where we're not actually doing elevator manipulation. If you were doing elevator manipulation, then it's actually important how quickly you move through these screens.
I'm back. Apologize if for my absence. Did we get hole leaders?
We got no, we did not force hole leaders.
All right.
Which is fine. This is PC, it's fine. He's definitely not behind enough for that to matter.
Hole leader skip accomplished. So that's not a real skip, it's just something we colloquially call. There's a part in the route where we can force a fight at the end of that collapsed roadway that we've come through a couple of times. As part of the run, we typically force a fight there with 4 enemies that look like worms. And it's just a way for us to catch up, but we usually, like, if you're good enough on steps, you could actually skip that fight. But we'll kind of explain as we get to the red guards why.
Yeah. Speaking of red guards, it's time to break into the Shinra Tower. We're totally going to bust on in and ride the elevator up and meet President Shinra right in the face. Right? We're doing that. We're totally doing that. We're not taking the 59 floors upstairs, right?
Maybe we'll tell Barrett we'll bust on in, but we'll sneakily go through the back.
We're totally going in the front door, right? Ah, yeah, we said we're busting on in. Let's go to the left, and we're climbing the stairs. Oh no, we're climbing the stairs.
And so Ptown set it to wait here. This is to try and reduce the number of turns that the red guards have. It's just a quicker way that we're going to get through the fight with minimizing the number of turn animations that people have.
So yeah, elevator versus stairs. We have some time, so I'm going to try and explain that a little bit. So right now you see we're climbing up the stairs. There are approximately 59 or so flights of stairs that we have to climb here. I don't actually know if it's exactly the amount. I don't actually know if it's exactly like 59 flights or whatever, but it's a lot. So you might be thinking, how is this possibly worth it? And there's got to be another way to go up to the top. And there is another way to go up to the top. You can ride the elevator, which involves going through the room at the start, taking the elevator, which randomly causes many fights to appear, and then arriving at the top of the elevator. And you might think this has got to be pretty fast. Fights aren't that long, right? It's not so much that fights are long, it's that we need to keep track of the number of fights that we've had so far in the run, and having too many fights is a bad thing, both because they waste grenades and for a 100% specific reason we're going to get to later. In addition, there's also an elixir here, which is nice, but also there is another reason we're taking the stairs that, if I remember to talk about it, will become relevant in a long time.
And also,
I don't want to spoil it now.
And also, typically the lobby in the Shinra building is live on encounters, and depending on whether you take the stairs or the elevator, there are different step routes that you can have based on which one you choose to take.
Yeah, the step route, I've routed a step route that merges back to this one after taking the elevator, and the only way I could get it to do so, or just to have a good step route at all, would be to take an extra back attack against vices, which is not good in 100% in particular. So it's a worse step route with more encounters before the elevator. Also, here's an elixir. We got an elixir. That's good.
So Ace mentioned an enemy that vices are an enemy that appear in this part of the game. And the reason they're really bad is because they can steal an item from you. And as we mentioned in 100%, we want to have all the items. And actually, this early in the game, we have some that you can't ever get again. And having a fight against those, even though they may be really easy to kill, being in an unfavorable position against them adds a lot of risk that we just don't want to have. And that's why the route with the encounter manipulations is very favorable right now, because we don't get to see a lot of enemies that could end up being run-ending. The flyers are part of the 100% wall kicks, that is correct. We've already gotten the one in the kids' room. The one in the Shinra building we're actually going to get right before we leave Midgar. There's a little time that you get with Aerith when you come down, where the lobby is not live on steps, and you can run and you can go interact with that flyer.
Like Sir Nyquil, the items so far, I believe only the Iron Bangle is really missable. We got the Ghost Hand as well, which is difficult to get again, I believe, but like we got it now because it's the most convenient time to get it. But not sure if it's technically missable. I don't know.
The only backup area that you could get it is in Battle Square, right after you get the buggy, before you get the tiny Bronco.
Yeah.
So it's totally unfavorable to get it beyond Midgar. Possible, very unfavorable, and probably run-ending.
So we're at the top of the stairs now. That was a long flight. I think everybody got a good workout, and now we're gonna beat up some guards.
And so this is why we set it to ATB weight, is exactly for these three people right here.
ATB weight, as I think I said before, effectively time stops if you are in a menu or if an animation is happening in battle. I mean, exactly the rules for when time stops during an animation are weird and not really fully understood, I think, but point is, time stops when you're in a menu. That way, we can prevent the enemies from gaining ATB time while we are selecting them, and we can also intentionally hold ourselves in a menu in order to prevent time from moving altogether until we're at a point where we can gain ATB as well. This is sort of the basics behind what we're going to call weight tricking, and this fight didn't require complicated weight tricking, especially because when you kill the outer exterior of the guards, they will reset their ATBs because they actually transition into a different enemy instance entirely.
So I saw P-Town grab the tranks right there.
Yeah, I don't think P-Town was really worried about his inventory.
Okay.
So we've got floor 60 right here. I think I'm just going to let P-Town concentrate and let you watch it.
Yeah. This is a really interesting screen that I just learned about last night. when you exit that elevator, depending on how you exit the screen after the cameras zoom in on Cloud, actually determines where you are on the screen that you get to this point. So when you exit up on that screen, it puts you at the leftmost part of the room versus if you exit to the right. And that's very favorable for what P-Town just did right here. So when you exit up from that camera room screen, it puts you really close to this section right here with the least amount of movement. So you can do what we call fast guards. Now, fast guards is, as it's colloquially said, is just getting through the guards really fast. So the idea here is you are getting there so that you can get to a point where you can get Tifa through really fast so you don't miss a cycle on the second set of guards.
Yeah, we effectively use a trick to get Tifa through 2 guards and 1 at once in order to get through quickly. 62, we have the mayor password. We can check this one book and we can see an economic report of the Space Development Program. Place your bets in chat on which... Place your bets in chat on which one it's going to be. Too late, it's best.
Going back to the guards, we really don't want to have an encounter there. It's a waste of grenades, it's a waste of time, and it adds another encounter that we have to keep track of. So, and also nailing fast guards is very consistent rather than trying to do the guards normally, where it can be kind of stressful to try and get them through without getting caught. And so we get this fight right here. This is a fight that we get if we did skip the hole leaders back at that road that I was mentioning. So successful hole leader skip. The reason why hole leader skip can be dangerous is if you're a little bit behind on steps trying to skip that, you could get a fight right after the red guards, and that red guard room after you beat them has a flag set where you can't escape the encounter afterwards.
Yeah, that's sort of a glitch that happens in a couple of screens with scripted encounters. I think sometimes it isn't a glitch, but in this case it most likely is, where you can't escape from encounters after encounters are enabled, after you have defeated those guards. I at least think it's a glitch there, but I'm not certain.
I have a feeling it is.
Yeah. There's a couple of places where it is. Immediately after Schizo is another place where there's a glitch like that.
Also, in the elevator route, if you get a fight in the lobby after you fight the first guards, when you bust in, that's also an inescapable encounter.
I don't think that one's a glitch, but that one is an inescapable encounter. Whatever. Point is, we manage steps in order to prevent all that from happening. So, we're doing this room right now, which we did. This is live on steps, so it kind of matters. Our movement here does matter quite a bit. But we now basically went to all the different chests and collected a Midgar parts item from each of them. Unfortunately, we have to. We can only hold one at a time, so we have to place it down immediately after collecting each one of them, but we have now finished that and got to the key card to floor 66. I can actually now talk about something that we used to do in the 100% route but don't do anymore, which was the coupon game on floor 63, I believe. We used to go to floor 63 in order to... nice flush. We used to go to floor 63 in order to do the coupon exchange minigame right there. Which would grant us a star pendant, the 4 slots item, and an all materia. All of those would have been useful to the run, but the coupon exchange game takes some time to do, and so we've routed it out since then. That does make a couple of things relevant later on that I'll mention, but for now, that just means that we don't go to floor 63.
And with the model room that we were in earlier, there was a little thing that we ended up finding out that if you open up a particular chest first and put it in a particular spot on the model, that it will allow you to open up any of the chests in any order you want and place the parts wherever you want after that. Because normally, I believe from casual play, you have to actually open those chests in a particular order. They will be locked otherwise. So, I've heard it from one of the fellow runners' videos that's actually something that was found. Because I was so confused when I first saw that model room section.
Yeah, it turns out that placing the placing the first Midgar parts that you have to collect in the 5 o'clock position, effectively, of the model, will allow all of the other chests to be opened.
And if I'm not mistaken, too, if you also open up one of the chests that is locked, it also initiates that you have to do it in the order, right?
What do you mean by that?
Like, I think that first chest that Ptown opened is unlocked just naturally, but I believe if you try to open up any of the other chests, does it force you to do the minigame in the order?
I'm not certain.
Yes, it would. You would be forced to do them in a specific order at that point.
Yeah. So here we're going to be chasing Hojo as he goes and talks to a thing to the left. Not sure if talks to is the right word. I guess he's more observing it.
And the Alter Maven, that is correct. There are 6 options that the mayor has as a password. 2 of them are never used. So the only 4 that are ever used are Best, Mako, King, and Bomb. I couldn't think of the last one.
Yeah, what was I gonna say? Yeah, never orbs, never Hojo.
Yes. And the book that Ptown read, the first word is a clue for how the mayor's going to pick his password. So that's why we typically go in there, we read the book, and if we just read the first word, then we know which password he's going to pick.
Now, I guess I should... Yeah.
There is another strat that is used on it, but we won't talk about it since Ptown didn't use it. But it is somewhat faster.
Yeah, I can mention. I guess I'll mention it slightly just because it's sort of interesting. The book, your code is actually determined by the current in-game time second when you enter that room. So you can open your menu before entering and see the in-game time to know which code it's going to be.
And that is something that I would normally do in a hundo, but not for a marathon.
Absolutely, it's definitely that has some room for error where the book strat, as long as you know the code, effectively doesn't.
And if we miss that for any reason, not getting elemental material on the first pass is actually a run ender.
Yeah, that would be very bad, especially in hundo. Definitely in any percent. I don't know if it would be worse or not as bad in hundo, but it would not be good.
Yeah, you'd have to take a detour, and it would probably kill steps.
Yeah, like, I don't know what I would do in that case. You just don't fail the game. The strategists don't fail the game, of course.
Yeah. It's so early enough, it would basically be a reset.
Yeah, here we've got red. XIII. Red 13.
So there are 2 ways that you could approach this part here. You have Barrett and Tifa ask Aerith, or you have Cloud tell either Barrett or Tifa to take Aerith out of the way and keep her safe. Whoever you don't tell is who you take into the fight. Normally in any percent we take Tifa because she has faster throw animations on the grenade. Taking Barrett here is safe because there's a fight that's coming up where we could get an early level here from this boss fight that will increase Barrett's damage on his limit and pretty much save us a grenade.
So on the sample fight right here, we wanted to see that first poison attack actually poison everyone, because right now, sample is like the big thing in the back is going to keep doing that poison attack until everyone gets poisoned, I believe. And that's a slow attack, and that also doesn't build limit break, which is something that we would prefer to have built. I guess it chose not to do that poison attack, but as long as not everyone is poisoned, it can do that poison attack.
So Barrett's actually hitting pretty hard here.
Yeah.
From what I saw from that big shot. We probably could have not taken him, but there's no way to really know.
Yeah, that's 2 big shots on Barrett now.
So...
Oh, it seems like...
typically-
Oh, he's like... Okay. P-Town, unfortunately, right there, did a little bit of an oopsie with Barrett and kept circle held when he should have selected item again, and so attacked, and so did an attack as opposed to throwing a grenade. That was entirely a mistake.
That was an oops, yeah.
Yeah, that happens. There are many worse oopses you can have. Doing that is not a problem at all. Speaking of potential oopses, we're grabbing the enemy skill materia right here, and that is going to be very important. That is one of the 4 enemy skill materia we're going to be getting, and as part of the run, we are going to have to put all enemy skills on that and the other materia.
And then going back to the thing I mentioned earlier about the bear thing and not knowing. So characters, when you start off the game, are all on an equal playing field and always have the same stats. However, after the first level up that Cloud has, everyone has different growths. And what I mean by that is stats are within a certain range whenever the characters level up. So you can have 2 playthroughs that happen at the same time starting that could have 2 very different stat level ups between the same characters. And in some ways that does affect how we do fights. For instance, we're going to have a fight coming up called Motorball when we leave Midgar, where depending on how much damage Cloud does with his bolts, so however much magic he's been getting when he levels up, affects how we actually do the fight. But Barrett is really nice to have, and like I was saying, we did enough damage that it could replace a grenade at this point, but we did get a level from Sample, so he's going to be doing a little more damage when we get to the next bosses.
Yeah, I guess it's also worth noting that the game actually intentionally changes the amount that you get from each level up to make it so that your stats are always within a certain window. Basically, there's only at most 8 possible values that your like base stats can be at any given point, assuming you didn't use any sources or anything like that. And if they're at the low end, then the game will try and make them higher on the next level up, and if they're at the high end, the game will not try and make them higher on the next level up. So like the game is actually kind of trying to correct for potentially very very extreme stats. It doesn't let you have stats that are too high or too low, but they are still varied.
It's a game's way of trying to still be somewhat random yet be fair.
Yeah, the game has a lot of things there where it's trying to be random, but it also tries to make it feel like it's fair, or like what you just said actually.
Yeah,
I was gonna try and say like the game also has systems to try and prevent the same enemy from showing up multiple times in a row, or at least make it less likely for that to happen. If you're just doing random encounters, it's less likely than it should be that the same enemy appears twice in a row. And that doesn't really make it more fair and balanced, but it does make the game seem more random, because if you just keep getting the same enemy over and over again, even if that's like what should happen every so often, because that's like if you're randomly generating encounters, you're eventually going to get the same enemy over and over again for a few times, but that just doesn't feel random.
Right. One important thing to note here. So P-Town, when you were in prison, walked up to the door because this allows you to kind of see what the other characters are doing. In the game, if you find out what Aerith is doing on the first time you interact with that door, that will actually change it the next time you interact with the door so that Cloud can go to sleep. That doesn't happen with any of the other characters. If you end up like looking at what Red or Barrett are doing, you'll just look over at them again when you interact with that door. But the Aerith option is very special because Cloud only cares about what happens to Aerith while you guys are in jail. And other than that, he could just care less what other people do, so that's why he goes to sleep. He knows they can take care of themselves.
I'm not sure if he is, but I think he might be going for the little skip here. Yeah, he is. No, he didn't get it, unfortunately. There is a minor paralysis dodge that you can do here in order to speed up this section by just a little bit that P-Town was doing the setup for. And also to respond to a chat thing, Dino, no, the game does still use the same rule there. The only thing is that the Hungry is the only fight that can occur on that screen, so it never does anything. Or
same with the Gross Panzer screen.
Also,
but that one's a little different.
Yeah, Gross Panzer screen is different. Here we have this fight against a preemptive encounter with the Zanene. Hopefully we get this first try. No, unfortunately we did not.
So this is a steal that we do here. It's the most convenient, but we're trying to steal an item called a Deadly Waste. And it can be stolen from this little thing on 4 legs. But there are other places where I think you can pick it up, or you can do it later when we come back here, but this is the most convenient for the route, and it makes the most sense to just do it right now.
Yeah, it's not a very lucky steal. Yeah, we have not gotten very lucky with the steal, but luckily it hasn't been doing very much damage to us. That changes now, of course, with it doing Pizza Shower, I guess.
But yeah, this fight can be a little annoying if you get unlucky like this, because then it forces you to cure. If you get too low. So kind of unfortunate, but you know, it's not very run ending. We do have options if we don't get lucky, and we just got it, so we're gonna run away.
Nice.
And of course, we're changing back to active, so that way we can get away from the next few fights pretty easily. Another thing is, a lot of Midgar bosses are a lot easier to do on active because the fights are not that dangerous, and this just allows us to get through them quicker without having to lose time for the ATB wait downtime that may happen while we're in battle.
Right here, P-Town's forcing a fight right before we enter here because we're about to get a full heal. So this fight is somewhat dangerous, and it does a lot of damage, especially if we get unlucky.
Yeah, so that's one reason why we also want to not be on wait there, because then it makes running away from that very painful.
Yeah. So here, the president of Shinra has fallen on a table and gotten a sword planted in him.
He's fallen and he can't get up.
Oh no. And look what we have here. We've got Rufus, and he is on the roof. After a bit of conversation, we're going to split up the party, and Aerith, Barrett, and Red are going to be going to a fight in an elevator, and Cloud and Tifa will be staying up here where Cloud will be facing off against Rufus.
So since once again we have Aerith in the party, for this upcoming boss fight, we set a particular turn order when we're throwing our grenades. And once again, this is to ensure that we get the grenade kills with Aerith, since these count towards her her limit progress. And to kind of explain on that a little bit, there are two ways that you can get new limits in this game. The first is, well, actually, if we consider that everyone starts with their very first limit, their next limits is kind of what I'm referring to. So the first way is that you just use the limit that you already have X number of times, which is defined for each character. And then the second way is that you get a certain number of kills, which is also defined for each character in each limit. The character has to get the kill on an enemy in order to obtain those. And so that's the one that I'm referring to here, is that we're trying to get the kill with Aerith here, such that we're able to learn her later limits within the route at appropriate times. And so as you see, we set up Aerith to throw her grenade last in the turn order, and this will ensure that we get the kill on this guy first. The next fight is a little bit more complicated because he could actually put people to sleep.
Yeah, it's not critical that we get the kill on the second fight, but because there's an easy setup and a consistent setup to get on the first fight of these two, we do that.
Yeah, the kill on the second guy is a nice to have. It's not a hard mandatory kill. There we go. That's Aerith's first kill, and now we see the second guy.
Yeah.
I particularly hate this boss. If there are runners that have bad luck in certain areas, I feel like mine is this guy. So Red got put to sleep, and this kind of throws off our setup that we would have for this guy in particular.
Yeah, we're also doing a healing wind up. This is both for the heal to make the fight safer, and also to
get the use.
To get the limit use. Aerith getting hit there is good. We can build more limit.
Yep.
And yeah, this fight is pretty much just throwing grenades, and just like Red there, you can start to fall asleep after a bit.
Yeah, I've seen so much wacky stuff with this boss. With regard to that sleep.
Well, I meant to catch Red's limit, but I'll have to wait on that.
Not an issue.
Yeah.
Just as a suggestion, a back row. Yeah, you might want to back row on Rufus.
Oh yeah, okay, so Rufus is another... Sorry, I was reading the RRLAT message in chat. Rufus can be a dangerous fight for two reasons. One is the dog. We have a very infamous thing that is very unlucky, where the dog has 140 health, and grenades hitting less than 140 damage on that dog. But we see right now Ptown's avoiding that by using a Braver, and that should kill the dog. So we've done what we call dog skip.
Yeah, that was pretty lucky. We got what we call barrier skip, where the dog's first turn is always to use barrier on Rufus to protect him, and if we can kill the dog before it gets off a turn, then that lets us skip the barrier. And despite us having a lot of ATB to fill, limits, I think I should mention, always go first. So like,
yes.
if you use a limit, it's immediately pushed to the top of the turn queue. So it'll always be the next thing that we do. So we just got 2 more Bravers in that fight. Now Cloud's at the 5 Braver usages, according to my count.
And that's really good. That's a good Midgar.
Yeah, that's a good fight. That's a good fight for that also, because Rufus does a lot of damage. But because Rufus does a lot of damage, it can also be a bit of a dangerous fight.
Yeah, he can be a real meanie by getting some pretty lucky crits on you, and if he gets a crit on you, it makes the fight more dangerous.
Turtles reminder.
Yep, reminding of the turtles. Whoa, that was pretty funky seeing Cloud get stuck on that doorway.
Yeah, Tifa, or yeah, Cloud gets stuck on that doorway a lot.
In that fight, normally on any percent, we're also a little bit less leveled. On Hundo, it's a lot safer. But even getting crit twice by Rufus, which does happen in some runs, could be run ending.
Oh yeah, we made sure lightning's equipped, right?
Yeah, so that's another thing that we just did right here, is we're setting up Cloud right now to have a lot of magic for Motor Ball to ensure that we kill him pretty fast. And one of the important things is, as you know, through as we've shown through killing some bosses, that machines are very weak to lightning. And so that's the same thing with Motor Ball, which is a boss coming up. We make sure we have lightning equipped so that we could bolt.
I mostly specified that because he forgot to equip lightning in one of his practice runs, and that killed him.
Oh, okay. Let me confirm that then.
Yeah, like there is a menu immediately after this cutscene, so if he wants to confirm that, then sure. But
we have lightning.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually just got to it. He put it on.
I'm not too worried, but I was at least a little bit worried, but not too worried.
One thing that's really interesting to note is the PC version has something called double input glitch. So
Yeah, that can mess up your menus. I'm gonna talk about Bike Game now. Oh, you're gonna check it? Or, wait, you just checked?
I checked, yeah.
All you checked was that you have fire on, not lightning.
But he saw that he had the 4 on.
It's
so-
not the 4. You have 5 different materia you could equip. If you equip fire, ice, restore, poison, that would be 4 green materia. That would not include lightning.
Okay, good point. But I did check. I looked in his VOD and he did have it.
Yeah, P-Town's still using an older route there where I equip fire in order to equip restore on someone else after to preserve MP for reasons, but we got pretty lucky with this bike game. We want to get 3 red bikes behind us. The red bikes are special in that they avoid Cloud's sword when he swings it, and so if you just keep swinging your sword, they avoid it and stay behind you constantly, and so they never hit the party and they're never a threat. Now, on the PC version, you have to keep pressing the button to swing your sword constantly. Most likely, P-Town's just pressing Turbo Confirm right now in order to do that. But on the PSX version, interestingly enough, you can hold down the button, whereas you can't on PC.
Did you talk about the red bike AI?
Yeah, I just talked about that.
Okay, sorry, I missed it with the whole lightning thing.
That's fine. Yeah, the other bikes don't do that, so you want to kill the other bikes as soon as possible. There can be a maximum of 3 bikes at a time, so once there are 3 red bikes, there can be no more bikes. And they're all behind you, and as long as you keep swinging your sword, they'll stay behind you, and you're pretty good.
There are a couple other places, do you know, where they do that as well, where you can't just hold the button in order to just spam something. But this is the only one that I can think of that comes to mind. I know that I've seen it happen. It's happened to me somewhere else, and I just don't run PC anymore, so I don't remember.
Yeah, so we're going to be starting the Motorball battle soon. Yeah, actually, RRLAT. All categories now allow turbo. More specifically, there is a turbo category for every category. There's a turbo non-turbo split for every category now.
We've split the leaderboard so that that's possible and
Yeah.
avoid controversy.
So Motorball is a somewhat dangerous fight, but we have scripted how we go through it in order to minimize the possibility that we encounter a dangerous scenario. Notably, if you do too much damage to Motorball, it'll do a counterattack and do a powerful attack. So we're gonna get back attacked by it and get hit by it.
This is unavoidable, by the way. Just like
Yeah.
the damage that Cloud took on the bike.
I mean, the damage can miss, but other than that, it's unavoidable.
Yeah, sorry. The animation's unavoidable.
Yeah. So Cloud is going to use Bolt. it looks like we're getting a 218 roll, which pretty much means we don't really have to worry about doing an alternate strategy, assuming that the rest of the rolls are within about a 218 or so range. Yeah, it looks like we're most likely fine on damage. But yeah, Motorball does an arm attack, and then it does an arm attack, and then it does this twin burner attack. And we're just having the party have Cloud do bolts and having the rest of them throw grenades. And we're going to do that for a bit until we stop doing that.
That was a high bolt.
Oh yeah, that was a high bolt, but most likely it's still fine.
So here, when he rammed into us, this is where we're gonna stop damage so we don't over damage him, and this way he doesn't counterattack with his really big bad attack that could actually kill the run. Another thing is we can set up right here. It looks like we got grenade skip, so we set up our turn order after he gets back up, such that we could have either Tifa or Barrett throw a grenade, have Cloud bolt, and we would queue another grenade just as a backup in case we don't kill him. But our damage was good enough that we managed to do it.
So we're about to go to the world map now. We are basically leaving Midgar now, and we won't be back for a while.
So say goodbye, Midgar.
The road has ended, and it's time to traverse beyond.
Yeah.
So we're going to be doing a skip immediately right here called Barrett Skip, or I at least call it Barrett Skip. There's some other names I think it's called. I don't know. Point is, we are going to be hitting the exit trigger and talking to Barrett at about the same time, and that will let us skip the dialogue that has the party has like a party selection and everything before going out to the world map. Now, we are about to perform a very major skip that I'm going to talk about. First, we're going to equip Restore on Tifa and have her heal the party.
Just really quick on the Barrett skip thing. It's very interesting to note right there that like Barrett turns when you get it, but as Ace was saying, we're skipping a whole thing where we're setting up our party to go to another area and it full heals our party once we go through that little cutscene with dialogue. So that's why we heal up right there before we go out to the world map, and now we're actually tracking encounters, which is very important because we're going to need to know how many encounters we have coming up for a guy in a cave sleeping.
So the world map has completely different encounter mechanics to the rest of the game on field maps. The randomness that determines when world map encounters happens is determined by your in-game time when you enter the world map, as well as your movement throughout the world map and other factors I don't really want to get into. Chocomog. We are getting Chocomog.
We're watching the birds dance. This is how we get a materia that we need for 100%, and also we're going to use this one. But yeah, so since world map encounters are a little bit less controlled compared to the step route, we are counting them for an item that we get from this guy in a cave which will be used in order to get Aerith's level 4 limit. Typically how he works is he counts the number of encounters as well as other stats in the game, but if our number of encounters that we've had throughout the game up to the point we talked to him, at that particular point, are two odd numbers, so like 11, 33, 55, 77, 99.
Yeah, if it ends with two odd numbers or the number 00, then we get the mithril item, or key item.
Yep.
Alright, so, like I said before, your in-game time determines what encounters you get in the world map. We're going to be abusing that in order to get a chocobo encounter here, in order to be able to do some things that I'm going to talk about.
So yeah, the thing that Ace is about to talk about is something we actually just recently have added to our FF7 tech list. I don't know if it was at the beginning of this year or at the end of last year.
Last year.
But it's fairly new, and it is a 15-minute time save for the run.
So here's the chocobo.
And it involves chocobos. That's one more important thing.
Yeah. Before then, though, we're going to be crossing the world. We're going to be crossing the marsh and then dismounting the chocobo in a way that lets us skip a small text box that happens on the animation of us getting off the chocobo. I will explain most of this stuff later, but yeah, we're going to be doing this. We're going to be going and doing a bit of stuff in Mithril Mines. If we were to try to go to the left in Mithril Mines, then we would hit a trigger that forces the party to go backwards, and that trigger does not disappear until we've beaten Calm, until we've gone through Calm, the Calm flashback and everything. Which is the reason why we are about to do what you're going to see us do now.
Yeah, we don't want to watch clouds lie. We want to just continue with the game. This particular vine right here is very annoying coming back down. It has a very weird way of interaction at the very top of the vine.
So we're going to grab this ether and this tent. These are not required for 100%. They're just convenient in the step route for reasons that I may explain later. So there's this fight. This is actually a pretty dangerous fight that we would rather get away from quickly.
The dragon in the back can breathe fire on you and it hurts really bad.
Yeah. Do some steps here. This sets up for a thing later. And
yeah, we'll talk about those steps after the skip that.
Save reminder in the world map.
So Ace, what are we about to see right now?
A thing. So, you see how there's this mountain to the left of us? Not so for much longer, or at least you'll be able to see it, but it won't really be there, or at least it won't be doing a very good job at stopping us. So we're gonna run around the world map for a bit, and this is going to do some funky things to the game and allow us to effectively fly right here.
Oh, Cloud just leaped up off his chocobo.
Yeah.
One important thing to note is if you don't go to the Calm Village that Barrett was telling you so many times to go to, there's a thing with the chocobo that Cloud starts talking to the chocobo, and it's to prevent us from not getting stuck over on this island and getting caught by this snake. Yeah.
Okay, guys, so that threw off my calm skip. Now, what do I do to fix that?
What happened? Wait, stop. What happened?
The zone messed with my movement. Now, do I re-enter the mines and reset?
Reposition your chocobo as if you were doing this for the first time and doing the cutscene skip, just to make sure that that's in a good spot. Okay. And then enter and exit the Mithril Mines.
Oh, now I need to disengage my. Okay, so I still have a glitched out Cloud. So what's my plan of action here?
Get back on chocobo. Go to Chocobo Ranch. Enter and exit.
That's what I figured. Okay, I want to take this very carefully.
Yeah, my stream is a bit delayed, so it takes me a couple seconds to see what you're talking about.
That's okay. So we will reset this on purpose today, just to make sure we're totally good for the hunt.
Yeah, go over here, exit, go back. I am stupid.
I'm so glad that didn't soft lock. That could have soft locked.
I was okay. You can just take another chocobo fight. It's fine.
And so I need to bring up my IGTs again here. Ooh, I hope they go to the 2-hour mark. They don't. They don't. Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Well.
Do you want to load this? Do you want to die to a fight and load the save?
No, I think we need to just farm a chocobo fight.
All right, we might be counting to 77 today, but
we might be.
But the run will at least continue. We can manage that if we need to.
Oh, I could game over that. Oh, it's a chocobo. Lovely. All right.
Okay, nice.
Very lucky here.
Yeah, your stream is like 10 seconds behind, I think, for me.
Even the banana is a little bit behind too.
Yeah. Okay, so we got lucky here. That's good. Enter and exit mithril mines regardless, even though it doesn't seem necessary. Just do it like normal. That's 4 encounters on the world map.
So the text box comes up if we haven't visited Calm when we're on that other side of the marsh. And this is to try and prevent for the casual player to not get stuck on that side, because if you get caught by the Zalem, you get sent to whatever side you start crossing from. And right now, P-Town is doing a set of movement that is allowing us to manipulate how Cloud can move on the world map. It's very complicated, and I don't think I fully understand it either. Ace has a better idea of it than I do, but to not bore you,
explain it now.
Yeah, to not bore you with the details, we're kind of glitching how Cloud moves on the world map so that we can actually go through an item that normally has collision with.
Okay,
Cloud.
we're through. Okay, we're through. All right, we're through.
Alright,
Everything here is fine.
We did it.
So, I'm going to now... I think that I'm probably going to spend some of June on explaining that, because we have Bottomswell soon. You might want to save before Bottomswell also.
Yeah, just in case it goes hairy and inescapable thing.
Yeah, so that was definitely a bit of a scary thing, and I probably should generate IGTs for the 2-hour mark at least. But yeah, we got through it. That's all that matters.
I'm wondering if I have some, because I used to really be slow on PC.
Yeah, maybe. So yeah,
one thing to note about that mountain too is why we were very relieved about getting out of there is you can actually get a fight in that mountain and it screws you up and you're stuck in that mountain. And if you guys have watched Caleb Part 42, you would know exactly how that goes. So there's a big relief getting through that.
Yeah, so we're selling stuff, buying more grenades, and now we're gonna start the Bottomswell fight. We have to get a poison off and Bottomswell has to get poisoned in the first few attempts. Like, we have 3, 4, maybe 5 attempts to do it, depending on how lucky we get. Hopefully we get it as soon as possible. It is about a 48% chance that Bio will poison, and this boss pretty much needs that. I mean, you can beat it without that, but it's slow and bad, and people die, and it's not fun.
And it's not very, it's very risky, because then you use a lot more grenades, and we still need our grenades at least through up to the end of the next boss.
That's why we saved.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Was that a crit? Oh, you got first try bio.
Alright, nice. Okay, this is relatively easy then.
So as you see, after every turn, Bottomswell's taking some damage. This is kind of abusing active mode.
Basically, Bottomswell's poison timer is just constantly ticking, and sort of also due to the way that it does animations at this point, it, actually, I don't think you're gonna get these limits off. Okay, you did.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
Yeah, actually, no, you're fine now. So we're gonna get 2 limits off, another beat rush on Barret, and another big shot on Barret, beat rush on Tifa. I'm counting 3 and 2 respectively now. And Tifa's gonna be poisoned. We used a defend on her, so when she gets damaged by Big Wave at the end, she is going to take half damage.
So as we saw poison relieved off of Bottomswell right there to just signify that he was dead.
Yeah, that was Bottomswell. So, I guess I can start talking about column skip now. So,
Let me start
What-
by saying I am just so glad to have that behind us.
yes,
Yeah.
those last 10 minutes were very dangerous, and you could screw them up in ways that would make your run. There are ways you could screw it up to make it unrecoverable, to make it like an unrecoverable run, or at least you wouldn't be on route anymore, and that would be slow. But the fact that we got that behind us is great. So column skip, we walk through a mountain. More specifically, we trick the game into thinking that Cloud is standing on a triangle that persists throughout an entire what's called world map chunk. The world map is split up into a bunch of different chunks, small square regions of the world map, and the game uses these in order to load and unload different parts of the world map. Cloud can also remember where triangles are in memory because of an optimization that the game does in order to make collision detection faster. Essentially, on most frames, usually you're going to be standing on the same triangle that you were on the last frame. So the game's like, why not just remember what triangle Cloud was standing on the last frame, or the last time Cloud was standing on a triangle, and just check that one first. And if you're standing on it, then the game's like, okay, cool, I found the triangle Cloud is standing on, and it stops. The problem is the game stores a pointer to that triangle, which is effectively the triangle data is stored in memory. And that's a triangle that's part of a world map region that can be loaded and unloaded from memory. So what we do is store a triangle in the region that's outside the Mithril Mines, get on the chocobo. Getting on and off the chocobo does not reset Cloud's current stored triangles. And I forgot to mention this, but Cloud stores up to 6 triangles in a queue, effectively the last 6 triangles he was standing on. So we run away, we run back. Now, because of how the world map was shuffled, because we moved away, so stuff loaded in and unloaded, there is a different region that is being pointed to by Cloud's pointer. The game interprets the data that's at that region as a triangle that exists over all of space due to another bug that I'm not going to mention right now. We do that, and now the trunk that is surrounding Mithril Mines' entrance gets corrupted, effectively. I'm going to call it corrupted because explaining everything else is getting too much. You then go to the left and bump a triangle in the region 1 to the left now that you have free movement in that region around Mithril Mines. Chunk, I guess I should call it. That stores a triangle in the chunk to the left, which is exposed to the area that is past Mithril Mines. And we store a specific triangle such that we can then move away and then corrupt both regions and when we come back. And then we are able to get off the chocobo and walk through both regions. If you remember when we were walking through the mountain, Cloud sort of dipped down into the mountain at one point. That was Cloud changing between the 2 regions or chunks of the world map. And it just so happens the height value Cloud thinks the triangle is on at both of those is different, but that doesn't matter because the game really doesn't care about height in the world map. As in, like, the game just sets you to whatever height it thinks the triangle that you're on is at. So you're able to walk through the mountain and get to the other side. And that's column skip. The trick was first reproduced, or something along the lines of this trick was first demonstrated to be possible, and column skip was first basically discovered by a guy named Kuma. He has found quite a few things so far in this game, including I guess new Cosmo Canyon skip, which was a godsend to runners of any percent categories, let's just say. It's a pretty, column skip. The funny thing about column skip is that you'd think that the fact that you can corrupt triangles of the world map and walk out of bounds and everything, you'd think that would have a ton of uses in this game, but it's pretty much only ever actually useful in calm, because the only way that you can get a triangle stored for a long period of time, or as in have Cloud store a triangle, then move somewhere far away, then move back, and still have the triangle stored, is by riding a chocobo. It turns out that the other vehicles, like the buggy and the tiny bronco, all reset Cloud's triangle pointers when you either exit or enter them, and I don't remember which, but because of that, there's not really another way to have Cloud stand on a triangle, run far away, run back, and still have that triangle reference persist, other than using a chocobo. Now, when you use a chocobo, normally if you get off of a chocobo in this early part of the game, it just runs away, and there's no way you can make it not run away. However, as iBlink was mentioning before, in this very early stage of the game, there is exactly one exception to that, which is if you are in the area on the other side of the Mithril Mines, then the chocobo will not run away if you have not done Calm yet. And as a result of that, we are able to get off and on a chocobo before we are able to have a chocobo in the stables. And if we had to wait until we had a chocobo in the stables, none of this would have been useful at all, because we'd have the high wind by then, and the world map is basically free and open. So that's Calm Skip. We're about to do a minigame soon. This minigame does not explain itself how to do very well.
But essentially for the minigame, we have a couple of goals that we want to do, where the most preferable is we hit the threshold to get 5,000 gil, and this is important for a shop that we want to do, and also for keeping up money through the game. Just like step manipulation, we also have what we call a money route, where we, at certain points of the game, keep track of our money, because there are key points of the game that require you to have gil in order to do them, like going into Gold Saucer or doing Fort Condor.
Yeah, we really want the 5,000 gil. That's somewhat difficult to get and not always possible. The reward directly under that, which is 6 ethers, those 6 ethers sell for 4,500 gil, and so we also can accept those, but anything lower is basically nothing.
Also, guys, I believe we're at 5 encounters total, correct?
Did you get one? Did you only get one from? Yeah,
I
you,
believe so. Yeah, just the one.
yeah. Actually, do you think when you have a moment, can you just go check that there was only one iBlink? I just want to be really safe.
Yeah, I'll double check it right now.
All right, thanks. And I mean like one from Calm Skip to Junon.
Yeah, from past the mountain.
So here we want the ratings to be 51% or higher in order to get our our gil. So the way that we're actually going to do this minigame is essentially by running into the back row and then closing the text boxes as they appear. This doesn't seem like this should be the thing you were supposed to do, but it works, so I don't really question it. How the percentages fluctuate before you actually gain control is random, and Ptown got a pretty high starting percentage, so he was easily able to make 50%, 51%. We're gonna have some shopping to do in Junon, but afterwards is the next minigame, which is significant. Yeah, which is significantly less stressful, I guess I'll say.
Unless you're coming over from console.
Oh yeah.
On FF7 console, this mini game that's coming up has you push button inputs, and it's very conveniently put out where it shows you a picture of what the button is that you need to press. On PC, it actually tells you more what the function of the button is, and you have to think about it in that way. So when you're going from coming in where the guy's calling out triangle to calling out menu, it's a little bit disorienting. But nonetheless, there's ways you can get around and you get used to it in the end.
Yeah, some interesting things about that minigame. I actually am going to point them out when we get to it so that there's a visual reference to them, but there are actually some pretty interesting things about that minigame with how the commander displays and like communicates his button inputs. But before then, we're going to have the tutorial for this sort of thing, and Afterwards, we're going to be doing a bunch of shopping where we're going to be buying a bunch of items that we're going to be needing for like the next bit of the run.
And there's kind of what I mentioned where you're saying press OK, cancel, menu, or switch.
I would not be surprised if 90% of people got to this point and had no idea what the switch button was. Yeah, the switch button refers to the PlayStation's square button, which hides the menu in battle, and doesn't really do much else. Yeah, P-Town bought some items from that last shop, including some tents, which are items that can be used on the world map in order to full heal the party, and hypers and tranks, which apply the sadness and fury statuses to our party, which we will explain more about later. We just got the second of our 4 enemy skill materia, and now we basically have what we're going to call our 2 strong E skills for the rest of the run. Because we're going to be learning some enemy skills on the 2 enemy skill materia we have so far, and we're going to be delaying learning some other enemy skills until we have all of our enemy skill materia. We eventually have to get all of our enemy skill materia completely mastered with all of our enemy skills, and so, however, some enemy skills are useful to have before we can get all enemy skill materia, so we're going to be learning them, but we then need to sort of divide up our enemy skills between those that have those enemy skills and those that don't. So this is not a particularly challenging minigame, though there are very rare scenarios where it is required for you to be perfect in order to be able to obtain the best prize, which we want, which is the Force Stealer. For this, you need 100 or more points here. This is almost always extremely easy to do, assuming that you're practiced with the minigame enough to just generally be okay with it. I'm going to mention some of those things I was talking about before. Not only are the text boxes located in a position based on where the buttons are placed on the PSX controller, so the OK is to the right, switch is to the left, menu is up, and cancel is down, but also the commander makes the shape of the buttons sort of with his motions. So switch kind of looks a bit weird, but cancel you saw there was an X. He basically moved his arms and legs out like an X. Switch is like a square. It's kind of weird, but OK is sort of like a circle. He does like a circle with his arms. If he does triangle again, that triangle animation is pretty notable. And yeah, P-Town here is spinning. I'm not sure that we have our official spin counter in chat, and unfortunately I was not keeping count. But it does seem like we got a very high number of spins. So yeah, during this minigame, of course, there's not really much to do after you get 100 points. You can't continue to get points at no time loss. There's no time loss if you continue to get points, and there's no penalty for not getting any more points past 100. For the most part, unless you were to get over 250 points, which if you were to do that, then your points actually overflow to 004, and you get the worst prize you can get. So I guess if you get that high, then you don't want to do it. Then you don't want to. Then you want to not get more points, but that's not something you have to worry about for almost all attempts. And actually, something interesting is that based on how field RNG works, it's actually impossible to get that if you took the stairs. If you took the elevator, it is possible to get that, though. So before I mentioned that in Shinra Tower, we skipped the coupon exchange, and that we're going to have to recuperate some of the items that we didn't get by not going through the Shinra Tower. One of those is an all materia, which we're going to be picking up right away on the ship by opening a chest. Or no, it's just on the ground. The ether is in the chest, rather.
Yeah. And as you guys saw, we sold the star pendant and the talisman earlier, but don't worry, these are things we can recuperate later in the run through shops. We don't necessarily need them right now. That coupon exchange also picks up a star pendant for safety purposes, but
It's for extra gil, basically.
yeah, but yeah, for now we use it for extra kill.
As in, like, it picked up an additional star pendant, and you would sell both, so you'd have 2,000 extra gil.
Oh, I thought that there was actually a use for that on a boss for the poison.
Oh, there was that. There is a use for that on a boss earlier for poison, but after that you sell it.
Yeah.
As in, like, that was during a route where you wanted to avoid Cloud getting poisoned on sample and didn't really care about the time lost from it using more attacks, and just cared about Cloud not dying, basically.
Gotcha.
Which is important, but really doesn't happen, so I don't know. I mean, it was equipped on sample because of a menu optimization that I don't think was worth it, but that's... Yeah. We're talking about an old route now, so don't worry about it too much. Anyway, before column skip, you remember P-Town went into Mithril Mines and went all the way up to grab a tent and then forced an encounter and then walked out and did a bunch of stuff, and that is going to be mostly for something coming up right here. We're going to see P-Town force a fight at the top of these stairs right here and then do a bit of weird movement.
Yes, so there are a few bosses in the game. One we already passed a long time ago that can be set up into a preemptive state when you start the fight. This is mostly for having advantage at the beginning for damage. Since most enemies in this game take at least 2 times damage from a back attack. And this is one of the bosses that we're going to do. This boss coming up is actually one of those that's vulnerable to having...
Just try to go for beta steals?
I think
he's just not going for beta steals at all.
Yeah. So this is the weird movement that Ace was talking about here.
Yeah. So because of how the encounter table works, whether a boss or whether a random encounter or a boss like this is preemptive or not is dependent on where you are in the encounter table when you get that encounter. That's why we did that extra movement. We wanted to burn distance on the encounter table in order to have a favorable position to get this preemptive right here. And if everything was done right, then Genova is facing the wrong way.
Yep. And we're going to take advantage of that right now by doing a Braver. So grenades themselves, while they do damage and they do cause the boss to face towards you, you still get that preemptive benefit as long as you use a physical attack on the boss, or the boss does their first turn.
Yeah, we've also brought Aerith into the fight, and a recent strat change was actually to give her a Hyper instead of Sadness here, because we want her to use limit breaks. Also, that's 6 on Cloud, and that is going to now be 2 on Aerith.
A big part of the use here too is to just make the fight overall safer. Aerith's Healing Wind does 50% healing per person, so like it heals to 50%, not 2, but it heals up 50% of their max HP.
It takes less than 50% of Aerith's max HP in order to get a Healing Wind if she has Fury. Now, unfortunately, she has too much HP or something like that to not get one off of a single W laser, but she does still get them quickly.
And it's important to note what Ace said there. We've put Fury on Cloud and Aerith to help them build limits. So Fury is a status that exists in this game where when you're in Fury, you will be able to build your limit bar with less damage. However, while you're in Fury, you have an increased 30% chance to miss. I believe it's 30?
Yeah, basically your accuracy is reduced by about 30%.
So even moves that don't normally miss would miss, like summons and magic.
I mean, the reason why no one has missed anything yet so far is, however, that grenades and limit breaks do not have accuracy checks. They just always hit, and they don't even check if they should miss.
That is cross.
Nice.
Important to get cross slash before a certain point in the game. Getting it here is actually really good. It's quite a time save. We typically have a part of the route that we would like to get it, where we could use limits, and we'll kind of point that out when we get to it.
Alternative Maven, Fury does not increase damage. That is actually a bit of a myth.
Yeah. But that actually brings us to the second point that Ace brought up earlier, is Tranks. So the reason we get Tranks is because we use it to put people into sadness for generally most fights. Because sadness, one, reduces damage taken by 30%. So if each Hyper and Trank have their one thing that they do other than Limit Break, that's what Trank does, where Hyper is the increased miss chance. But like Hyper, Trank does have a limit effect too, where it reduces your limit bar generation. And apparently this guy can't park a boat, so that's why we see a funny animation here for PC version. So Tranks do reduce the generation of limit bar, so that's why we want to use it where we don't care about limit, and that's why we're hypering Cloud and Aerith here, is so that we can get as many limits as we can through the fight.
Yeah, so first of all, pay attention to the helicopter on the helipad back there. And also pay attention to that guy that is currently in the red uniform, signaling it onto the pad.
Definitely, it doesn't look like he should be helping park planes. Or helicopters.
Or helicopters. And there he goes.
So Mog mentions the rabbits. The rabbits themselves are a whole different animal, and we'll kind of bring that up when we get to it, but there are enemies that have high evasion in this game naturally. So whether or not you're in Fury or not, those rabbits are a pain.
So coming up, we're going to be grabbing a couple of items in this in the villa right here. Everything downstairs in the basement. There's going to be a power source, a fire ring, and the motor drive. The power source is going to be useful for giving Tifa a little bit of a damage buff in case she has low strength. The motor drive is a useful Tifa weapon, which is mostly useful in this run for, first of all, I believe it's unique, as in this is the only place you can get it in, and second, we get it now because it has double AP growth, which is going to be relevant for something I'm going to talk about later. And the fire ring will also be very useful to not die to things that breathe fire on us.
Actually, it might be a good point to talk about it now, because this is the first menu that we actually care about that stuff.
No, I'm going to talk about it later because I have other things to explain. Right now we have a shop that we're going to do where we're going to buy the last of the items that we didn't get as a result of doing the coupon exchange, the 4 slots right there. and that is that 4 slots is missable. I believe it can only be obtained before High Wind, so it's important that we get it now.
That's correct.
So we're doing some materia equips now in order to... we're just swapping out materials, putting enemy skills on Cloud, and loading Aerith up with a bunch of magic and summons. This is going to increase the amount of damage. Oh, whoa. Almost at the quit menu there. And yeah, definitely put Aerith in Sadness also.
Yeah, these are very dangerous fights that we're coming up on, and Aerith is very squishy through the run, so we want to make sure that she doesn't die pretty early. In addition, just having anyone die this early is kind of unfortunate, but especially her, because she needs to get some kills that are coming up.
This should be number 6.
Yep.
This was a very early encounter, but luckily, even though we had to take 2 chocobo fights, we're at a pretty early state. We're actually at a relatively... about a decent
Ooh, this is
encounter
unlucky,
count.
though.
Yeah, 7? Actually, yeah, 7's not... 7's fine.
Just getting 2 encounters along this path is pretty unlucky.
Yeah, of course, but... So here is actually a pretty tight part of the step route. We are going to first be getting a couple of encounters that will be preemptive encounters that we are going to use to build up kills for Aerith by using Chocomog on them. These are pretty fast kills, and they also have a chance to drop an item called a Bolt Plume.
And good thing here is that the route was set up so that most of these kills that we get with Aerith are in preemptive, so we end up having the first turn while they have no bar filled yet, so we are guaranteed a first turn kill on this.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ace.
I had a previous route that did not have these, but Calm Skip allows us to hit these preemptives, which is actually pretty interesting. Coming up here, we actually have a bit of formation manipulation we need to do. We need to get 2 fights on this screen in order to make sure the rest of the fights up to for a bit are correct. And we can do that by using this there's this section of the encounter table with like 2 back-to-back encounters that you can't avoid the second one of. So we can use that in order to get these 2 fights here. Yeah, the second one we force at the bottom, and now we have to go all the way to the screen with the lever on it before getting another fight, which is tight, but I definitely trust P-Town to be able to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we gotta do some walking steps there to get under an encounter, and then we have to get through this entire screen without getting a fight.
Yeah.
What were you gonna say?
Oh, we're already there now, but I was gonna say, for those who don't recognize the lever screen, it's also considered the screen before you climb up to steal the feathers from that nest.
Yeah,
that might be what people remember more.
Yeah, we don't get those Venus downs, though, in this run.
Absolutely. It's just wasted steps and time.
Yes. Actually, just realized I forgot to check if we got the Bolt Plume on the last encounter. But we'll see if we get it here or not. It's not critical if we don't get the Bolt Plume here. It's less likely that we were gonna... It's more likely to not get it than to get it. Okay, we didn't get it, and I'm pretty sure we didn't get it on the last one either. Now we have a lot of steps to do. Those steps feel like they shouldn't be worth it, but they are. And actually after this, we have the one encounter right here that is actually dangerous that we're going to get kills with Aerith on. It's a bit... I think it might be a good idea to get kills on this fight with Aerith. You might also think that it might be a better idea to run away from it, and you probably could route it such that you do run away from this fight and don't get the Aerith kills from it. Yeah, one hit not on Aerith pretty much means that Aerith is almost definitely going to survive. Yeah, Aerith is fine here. If most of those attacks had hit Aerith, and most of them were 4 laser, then this could be really bad, but that is very rare, fortunately.
So we use Chocomog here as a way to kill with Aerith because right now we're all pretty weak, and summons are probably the strongest method that we have of killing things right now in one shot in this section of the game. And that's why we set up Aerith with a lot of magic, is to guarantee that Chocomog can kill, because it is the quickest summon animation that we have in our arsenal.
We went and grabbed that Turbo Ether right there. That's useful because MP is going to be pretty strict throughout, or we're going to need a lot of MP restoration throughout a lot of the run, throughout some of the later portions of the run, in Disc 2, I guess.
And very efficient ways of getting our MP back when we are higher level is with Turbo Ethers and Elixirs.
Yeah, so here's a bomb. We might get a right arm steal from it. It's not critical that we do. We're gonna get our right arm for the 100% definition later.
But it's a good time save for one of the bosses coming up.
Yeah, a couple walking steps afterwards, and then we're good to go to the end of the bridge.
And I see that some of you guys have put it on there. So with Chocomog, we are still going to be using it a little bit more through the run until Aerith gets a couple of levels. But there is a chance that Chocomog can either summon the Chocobo and the Moogle, or it can summon a Fat Chocobo. It's always nice because the Fat Chocobo is a more rare summon to see, and it's very hype when you do get it.
It is actually, I don't know which one's faster actually, but it's definitely exciting to get the Fat Chocobo. And the Fat Chocobo does do more damage, though we've made sure that doesn't matter.
Yeah. Relying on something that's chancy for a run like Hundo is kind of monka.
Yeah, it's a 1/16th chance to get it, so I would not rely on that ever.
Yeah, we've seen that 50% odds can be bad too.
Yeah, we're going to the Gold Saucer. There are things you can do here, and we're actually going to be doing some of those things now. So, yeah, Gil has been routed so that we have 3,000 to enter now. And, what am I going to be saying? We are about to actually do something where we win the umbrella item from Speed Square. That is a mini game where you that's the roller coaster mini game where you shoot down things and get points. We need to get 5,000 points in order to win the umbrella item, and we have to do so basically now because A, the umbrella will be useful for the next bit of the run, but B, if you don't get the umbrella before disc 2, I believe, then it's no longer obtainable. So that's another missable item we need to get now in order to be able to get it at all.
So now our list of missable items has increased since the beginning of the run, and it's very good that we've routed in such a way to avoid having things taken from us, because there is a section that's coming up that we can have encounters on where there are more bandits, and having them there can be very unfavorable to lose an item that we can't get anymore.
Absolutely. There are issues like that we need to watch out for, but fortunately I was able to route the step route such that there are no bandits. The only bandits that we need to worry about for the run are in the world map from Midgar to the Chocobo Ranch, but those can be world map nipped out, and from there the only bandits would be during calm skip.
And I guess also if you were somewhat unlucky and you got it during the end of the game, but we could kill those really fast.
Yeah, no, those aren't an issue.
So coming up, we're going into the Gold Saucer. We're going to meet our big cat friend, who will stab us in the back later, and is very hated among a lot of people.
With a particular mutt-sounding exception.
Oh, really? Okay. I'll keep that in mind for later.
Yeah, keep that in mind if you ever see Mutski.
So like most things in the Gold Saucer, the mini games, because we're going to be getting the umbrella from a mini game, cost GP, and so we have a couple of mini games at our arsenal to do at at Wonder Square, and you could take your pick however you want. Mog House is the most memey one, but it gets you the most GP if you feel uncomfortable for doing Speed Square. However, P-Town is pretty good at it, so he would either opt for doing the Arm Wrestler or the Super Dunk mini game.
Yeah, I believe P-Town does Super Dunk. He's just practiced and is good at it enough, and thinks that it's consistent enough to do without losing too much gil. Though, if you were to be routing your guild like very tightly, then the variance between doing either 2 games of Speed Dunk or 3 games of Speed Dunk, or however many games of Super Dunk you need, not Speed Dunk, what am I saying? That would be enough to throw off your money route completely. So I think P-Town just doesn't worry about it, which is fine. But if you wanted to have what you would argue to be a safer money route, then you would do Arm Wrestling, which is a little bit slower, but it's a lot easier to guarantee that you win, and guarantee that you win after spending an exact amount of money. So like for Arm Wrestling, you would always spend 500 GP and you would always get 10 gil, or 10 gil. You would always spend 500 gil and get 10 GP. Whereas it would be much harder to, it's since Super Dunk actually requires some skill to execute with. Yeah, also don't go to Battle Square.
Oh yeah, so Battle Square would advance the story, and we don't want to go there immediately.
Yeah,
because we'll lose out on this free opportunity for an umbrella. I say free, even though it's part of the story that we're supposed to come here and spend the money. That is a very good credit.
Yeah, Mitchurus, the answer is a lot.
Takes a lot of time. There we go, we got our gil.
Yep, we have 10 GP now.
Or sorry, GP, yeah.
Yeah.
And now we do a little cheeky thing right here where we just do Dio skip. Dio will interact with you as long as you're not directly to his left and slide right by him, where he just likes to talk about himself a lot. And if he could just squeeze right by him, which I don't know how much room you actually have there, but I think I saw a runner not do it well enough and was just barely in front of him and was forced to talk to him.
So, Speed Square, or Jet Coaster, I think the game is sort of internally called. You have to get 5,000 points in order to be able to win the umbrella. On the PC version, this can be particularly easy, though, because of a debug propeller left in that I believe P-Town won't necessarily need to use, but will go for just for the heck of it. I have a strategy that guarantees hitting it 100% of the time if you just want to not think about it at all. That only works on PC because, I mean, the default pro only exists on PC. Which means that if you're doing this on PSX, you do have to win it legitimately, which is harder which is definitely easier said than done and requires quite a bit of practice to be able to get good enough at to consistently be able to do. Though you can get to the point where you're able to consistently do it without the 1,000-point UFO at the end. So there was a rock back there that P-Town shot, which is 200 points, which is something that I'm not sure that a lot of people know about. And this propeller wheel thing is kind of weird, but P-Town got the 240 point thing by spinning it correctly somehow. I don't exactly understand what causes you to get or not to get the 240 point reward there, but it's useful when you do get it. $2,500 coming out of this cave is pretty good. And yeah, P-Town is definitely on pace to not need the debug propeller, but he will probably, I don't know if he'll go for it anyway.
Oh, he went for it.
Nice. Oh, he got it.
There are a few propellers that you can get in that section. And P-Town went for the one that gives less points, but that propeller also is just enough points to get you the umbrella just alone. I believe in one town P-Town showed, I didn't get to see the footage, but you could actually overflow on points from getting all 3 umbrellas.
Yeah, P-Town has overflowed on points before by getting too many points. If you get more than 32,767 points, then you don't win. I mean, you finish the game, but you do not win any prizes, or like you don't. I don't know how getting 0 points works on this, but you basically don't win the prizes you need to because of an integer overflow.
There we go. We got our umbrella, and we also do our cheeky Dio unskip by going backwards. It looks like you're able to bonk Dio from behind. He just doesn't like you bonking him from the front.
So now we're at Battle Square, which is where the run and the story progresses. It's a good thing you didn't come here earlier because entering Battle Square instantly puts you in a cutscene that forces you down to Corel Prison before you're able to gain movement control again. So that would mean he would be ejected from the Gold Saucer and would need to pay 3,000 gil to get in if he wanted to get the umbrella now, which you do. So after being ejected from Gold Saucer through the gateway to Heave, We are now in Krell Prison, and this place has a lot of bandits in it. Fortunately, we will not be seeing any of them, as I said before, because the step route has us getting one encounter, which is 3 two-faced. Oh
What
yeah,
do we do?
Ptown-
Oh,
yeah,
go
menu
ahead.
here.
So we're moving materia over from Kate Sith over to Atifa. This is intended. We're not going to be using Kate Sith very much, and this is kind of going back to that idea that Ace brought up earlier about the double growth materia that happens with motor drive. Is now a good time to talk about this, or?
Sure, why not? We have some steps here, but after that, there's not much. There's a cutscene. So there's not much until after.
Okay. So the whole concept with the growth stuff is that there are 2 materia that we care about really mastering, but it's for a total of 3. We're setting up, and we set this up since Costa del Sol, where we're going to be mastering 2 separate all materia, as well as this transform materia that we just got from Kate Sith. Does Kate Sith's transform have a little bit of AP already on it?
Yes, it comes with 7,000 AP, which is out of 24,000 needed to master it.
Okay. So this is a really good one because I think that there's one you could get earlier, but his already comes preloaded with AP, so we master it faster. And we put these 3 materia on items such as the motor drive or the force stealer that have a property called double growth on them. So whenever we win fights that reward AP, such as bosses and any regular encounters, if they were to award 20 AP as such, we would get 40 instead on whatever's on that weapon. This is really important because later on in the run, we're going to sell the transform, which we'll master first, so we can get some temporary gil that will prepare us for when the alls are mastered, and that will set us for the rest of the game and buying everything that we need.
Yeah, money will not be a problem after a certain point because we will be loaded.
But it's really crucial that we make sure that the menus that we have up till that point do include transforming all in the correct slots. Otherwise, we won't have the money that we need, and it kind of throws off how we're going to buy stuff later. If we can even buy stuff at all.
Yeah, definitely. The transform AP is very tight to be able, or at least, like, there are backups, but the transform AP for the most part, it's very tight to be able to get enough AP on transform before we need it to be mastered. For the record, I believe that on one of the paths that gets you the least AP, you have a margin of error of 63 AP total, which is less than 1 fight usually.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, most likely that won't happen because there's extra fights that we get into for various reasons, and usually you won't get minimum AP, but it's still very close. Actually, though, on PC in particular, it's gonna be a lot closer for other reasons.
Oh, okay. I'd be interested to hear that.
Don't worry about it too much. Well, point is, it should be mastered when it needs to be, and we're not going to get any encounters here because we routed that out with a step route.
And now we're coming up on one of the first big ones that we have right here. We're forcing an encounter between these 2 cars for a fight with 2 death claws and a bull motor. And this is really crucial because these enemies give us enemy skills, both of them.
Yeah, we are now with the laser enemy skill from the death claws and the matter magic enemy skill from the bull motor. This fight right here is the reason why I've done some weird things in the step route up to here, because I needed to get this fight, and it's very difficult to get this particular fight. Also, if we did not yet know cross slash on Cloud, then we would also use this fight in order to build up additional limit uses, because laser does half of Cloud's HP, and we intentionally kept him in Fury since the Genova Birth fight, so he would still be able to take a lot of damage and get a lot of limit from it. So we saw Master Magic was used. We are currently trying to use Manipulate, which we got from Kate Sith, on this Deathclaw right here.
And he used laser on Barrett, unfortunately.
Yeah,
that would have been
wrong
nice
target.
on Cloud.
Yeah, unfortunately that's not very useful. All of our enemy skills are on Cloud.
It's important to note, though, that enemies that you manipulate do have a limited amount of MP or ability power or whatever they particularly use. And I have seen it because we do need to get this fight 2 in any percent for laser. Very crucial there. And those when those things run out of MP, it's pretty bad. They won't be able to cast laser. You won't be able to get your E-skill learned. And it's also important to note that you have to kill the fight in order to get the E-skills learned.
Yeah, you can only get enemy skills if an enemy uses them on you, and you only keep those enemy skills past the fight if you win the fight. If you run away, you lose any E-skills you get. If you use E-skills on yourself, the rest of your party does not learn them. You have to get them in a battle and used by an enemy in order to learn them. And there are some other complications that we'll talk about later when they become relevant. So here's Dyne. If we had gotten a right arm from the bomb enemy before on the bridge, which is a very rare steal, so it's fine that we didn't get it, then we would use it on Dyne, and that would instantly kill him. Instead, right here, we're going to be throwing 4 Molotovs on him, which will 4 Molotovs will always kill, but we should be able to do so safely, usually, assuming Dyne doesn't crit too many times. Dyne has been known to crit this fight, and if he does so, I think Ptown will probably heal at least a little bit. Also worth noting is we also put Barrett in Sadness, both for this fight and one coming up afterwards, which also reduces the damage he takes. But luckily, the full heal he got beforehand doesn't remove the Sadness.
So if you ever have a boss fight that comes up where you're going to be a solo character against the boss, the game will give you a full heal. And this happens with Rufus as well back in the Shinra building. So you don't necessarily...
I should say, luckily, the fight was made a lot safer by the fact that Barrett got the first turn.
I think typically in Hundo this is a pretty safe fight unless you get like double crit.
Yeah. You have, like, Barrett's a higher level, you have more experience on Barrett, and he has higher HP compared to any percent. Compared to something like any percent. Also, right there, that was also lucky. He finished the fight, and Dying did not do a counterattack at the end of the fight, which has a 50% chance of happening. So that was a very good Dyne fight.
To answer Maverick's question, if you put multiple enemy skill material on one person, then had an enemy use a skill that needs to be learned, do all 4 get it or only one? So all 4 will learn it unless one of them has the skill already. In that case, you won't learn it at all.
Yeah.
You can
if your character already knows an enemy skill, they cannot learn it, which seems obvious, but if you have multiple E-skill materia with different enemy skills, you can't learn any enemy skills that are on at least one of them at the time.
Yes, and so generally, in cases like that, we would have to unequip that one particular enemy skill, or however many have the ability we want to learn, and then learn it on the others. Very important for one E-skill that comes up called Trine, which you could unintentionally learn from the Materia Keeper fight.
Yeah, that has a 20% chance of being relevant, and we also generally split our E-skills into what we call the strong E-skills and the weak E-skills. The strong E-skills are the two that we have right now, and they're going to be what we're going to be using during like Disc 1 in the early game in order to learn enemy skills that benefit us through this early section of the run. However, these E-skills have some enemy skills on them that we have to relearn on all 4 enemy skill materia later once we actually have all 4 E-skill materia. So in order to be able to do that, we're going to divide our enemy skills between characters such that one of them has all the weak E-skills and the rest of them have the strong E-skills. And we're going to be doing that whenever we are learning, like usually whenever it's relevant, such that when we're learning enemy skills that are already on our strong E-skills. Also, here's a Rama reminder.
Yes, this materia here is another missable, just like Ifrit was on the boat. And we're talking to Joe, who we may encounter pretty much later on in the run when we start doing Choco racing.
Yeah, we almost certainly will encounter him multiple times.
Mm-hmm. Oh, look, a CRT TV. Or monitor.
Yeah.
Can't tell. It's pretty big, so I doubt it's a monitor. But it's shaped like one.
Another oddity with the PC version is what's called Chocobo Racing Glitch, where sometimes, for reasons that we don't entirely understand, but that we have some like things that might be theories or might just be superstitions about, the Chocobo race is sped up by 2 or 4 or so many times, like it's either twice as fast or 4 times as fast or something along those lines. We did not get that here. The Chocobo race is playing at normal speed, and this is something that only happens on the PC version.
Interestingly enough about that too, you could also have the race glitch after Cloud crosses the finish line, where the race goes normal speed through the whole first part of the race, and once Cloud stops at the finish line, then he speeds up and the reward screen speeds up too. But yeah, like Ace mentioned, it's not quite realized what is causing this. We have some thoughts, but we're not quite 100% sure yet.
Yeah, to actually talk about the strategy used to win this race, holding R1 and R2 causes you to refill stamina, so we do that the whole time, basically. I'm referring to PSX buttons. Ptown actually plays on PC, so I don't know what his buttons are for that. Holding the square button makes it go fast at the cost of some stamina, but we're refilling that, so it doesn't really matter. And holding circle makes it dash, which we do at the end in order to gain a little bit of extra speed to make sure we win. On all English versions on all like North American or English versions of the game, this race is very easy. Also, the race just glitched at the end, like iBlink was saying there. On Japanese versions, both the original and the international re-release of this game, this Chocobo racing is significantly harder, and it is very possible that you can't win it.
So right now we take Barret, Tifa, and Cloud, and there's a fight that we're getting on the world map right here to learn Aqua Lung, one of the E-skills that's very important for the rest of the run.
I believe Ptown's going to try and manipulate it using another IGT manip like we did with the Chocobos.
Yep, that looks like that. Definitely from this movement. The reason we take Barret here, even though we're going to need Aerith in a little bit, is because Barret has more HP and is generally a tankier character. Aerith will certainly die if we take her for this fight. So
Yeah.
That's why we take it. We take it with this heartbeat right here.
And we absolutely need this fight, and we need to learn the enemy skill that he's going to use.
Oh, by the way, world map encounter count.
8.
Cool.
As in, this fight is number 8. Another beat rush. That's 3.
Very good thought. Normally have a... You can either normally use a beat rush here or a big shot.
Yeah, I think he used to beat Rush and threw a grenade,
Yeah, that's what I saw too.
but like that's fine.
I guess you could technically also use this for a Braver if you didn't have Cross Slash already, but
Yeah, we would recommend doing that. So that was Aqua Lung, which is a very useful enemy skill for many fights. It does a lot of damage. It attacks all enemies. Yeah.
And so right here, we're doing a menu to set up having Aerith in the party. This is where we are efficiently getting Aerith her limits. So as we talked about before, there are two ways you could get limits. You can either do it using limits you already know, which you already always start with your first level 1 limit to when you start the game, or pick up any new characters. And the second is getting the kills. So the kills are what we're doing right here. We're getting some kills on the world map, and then we're actually going to go back to the Mithril Mines that we skipped earlier. This is actually unfortunate. We're getting an egg here.
9.
So we actually want to get to fight with these enemies called Beach Plugs to learn Big Guard right here.
Yeah, Beach
also
Plugs
very
are
important.
Beach Plugs are a 75% chance to show up here, and this egg is now going to be a 1 in 16 chance now that we just got one. So hopefully we don't get another.
Yeah, that'd be very unfortunate. It's important to note we could get this on the way back, but it's very unlikely that we get multiple eggs in a row, but that is just an option as a backup. So we have Aerith because we're going to go back to the Mithril Mines that we skipped earlier in order to just get kills. Mithril Mines is one of the most efficient places that we can have in the game to get these fights. Where we have at least a minimum of 4 enemies to encounter, and a maximum of 5. And so the route is set up so that we can maximize as many encounters as we can to get Aerith as many kills as we can, that we finish off with her her level 3 limit when we leave the mines.
So in total, her level 3 limit requires 160 kills to unlock. And yeah, that was just fight number 10. So yeah, I think I know what we're going to be doing here. And right there, we had Tifa manipulate the Beach Plugs so that we could have them use Big Guard. They know Big Guard, but they are never programmed to use it. So we do have to manipulate them to learn Big Guard. Yeah, we do that. We learn Big Guard. It's used on everyone, so both Cloud and Aerith's E skills gain it. So now everybody has Big. So now both E skills have Big Guard now.
We also set up Aerith with the silver armlet that we got from Dyne, just to make her a little bit sturdier. Since once again we're going to be seeing that dragon that we ran away from earlier, and having Aerith a little sturdier on some of these fights makes it so that she's less likely to die, or that we don't have to really heal her as much through the entire grind.
Yeah, we're back at Junon now. We're going to be taking a helicopter taxi service out of the city.
Hopefully we brought our buggy over.
Yeah, we did.
There's also one thing that probably you guys were seeing that P10 was doing with the buggy. We have a way to manipulate getting in and out of the buggy in order to avoid having extra encounters on the world map. We call this buggy skipping.
Yeah. In short, there is a period of 47 frames, or 46 or so frames, after you get into a vehicle before you have an encounter, and it just so happens that we can reset that period every time we exit and enter the vehicle again. So that means no encounters, because we can just keep doing that, and it's very fast. So right here we're going to Fort Condor. This is going to be a section of the game where, like, Fort Condor here is normally optional, and strictly speaking, Fort Condor is optional. This Fort Condor trip right here is optional in a 100% run, but for various reasons that I might explain later, it is extremely worth doing in an RTA speedrun.
There's a particular item that is a 100% drop that we get from this guy that we fight at the end of the minigame. So we're intentionally going to lose the minigame so that we're forced to fight him.
Yeah, and And the fastest way to lose the minigame, or I guess the only way to, no, I guess the fastest way to lose the minigame to enter the fight is to run out of money. So that's why our money route has been specific. P-Town is going to go up here to sell some stuff in order to correct it.
The Shop of Shame.
Yeah.
But
Normally this is the Shop of Shame. P-Town's okay with with going up here and taking a few seconds to go buy some extra items. We need to be between 4,000 and 4,239 gil in order to be able to place down 8 catapults or stoners, and then no longer have enough money to purchase anything else. If we had slightly more money, we would be able to purchase a soldier, and it's impossible to destroy a soldier. As in, like, you can't go hover over a soldier and tell it to die, basically. But we can do that with buildings. So we do that with we basically build 8 catapults in order to expend all of our money, and then start the game and then destroy those catapults. And it would be okay it's also okay if we don't build all of them before we start the game. You can still build structures after you start the game. But this is just how we get rid of all of our money. It's also worth noting that you do need 4,000 gil to be allowed to start the game. And so we do this, we go and win the battle. And this is just to get this item. The only reason we're here is to get this item right now. Second move from Aerith is Aqua Lung, not Laser. Actually, no. Oh, you did a Laser with Aerith by mistake.
No, I think that's how he does the fight. He does the laser Aqua Lung strat.
Okay, he did beat Rush as well, so I thought it was maybe a bit different. Whatever, it's fine. Not a big deal. We just want to get this kill with Aerith.
Technically, there is a secondary way you could get Phoenix, but it just makes sense the next time later that you do this, that you just pick it up.
Yeah, so the reason why we went here to do this right now, so first of all, we went here right now because the fight that you get against against one of these guys, you get different guys that drop different things when every time you come back here. So like actually like depending on like your party level, and we're right now at just low enough of a level where we can still get the fight that drops a Vadris Claw. And the Vadris Claw is very difficult to get otherwise. It is possible to get from these enemies called Basilisks, but they due to some weird steel mechanics, it is very, very unlikely that you'll be able to get one in a reasonable amount of time.
So right now, P-Town is setting up Aerith. She's front rowed. She also is not tranked or hypered. And this is intentional. What we're doing here is we're making it so that Aerith is front rowed so she can do maximum damage with the umbrella when she attacks with it, which we're going to do on any of the fights with the dragon.
So yeah, this section of the run is entirely step routed. We're going to be doing a step routed kill grind with Aerith right now. This first encounter we're going to be doing in the bottom of these 2 rooms right here. We're going to get it against these 5 enemies, and we're going to be using Chocomog against it. We will soon be able to use Matra Magic against these enemies, but for now we're using Chocomog because Aerith isn't quite at a high enough level to guarantee killing those 2 ball-swinging Madouge enemies before we do a longer kill grind upstairs soon.
And your guys' count is...
This should be 12.
Perfect.
I thought whatever.
Well, that is exactly what I got.
Nice.
Those were some unlucky eggs.
Skip.
Buggy skips?
Buggy skip, buggy skip, buggy skip, buggy skip.
It didn't look like you were doing that on our screen.
That's because I wasn't.
that was scary.
That was very scary.
Okay.
I was pretty sure you were trying to flirt with the 77 there.
I was flirting with my mute button.
Okay, so what just happened there is we got the mithril drop. We have been counting encounters this whole time, such that we got 12 encounters that were not a part of the world, that were not a part of of the normal field map and scripted encounters that we got normally. Because we're on a step route, we know exactly how many encounters we're going to get by random encounters on field maps. It turns out that we get exactly 29 before this point. And we also know that we get exactly 14 scripted encounters. So that's 43 total encounters. That means that in order to get to 55, we need 12 additional encounters. And we got 2 on the way to Chocobo Ranch, 2 Chocobo encounters, 1 on the way to Junon, 2 on the way to Corel, 1 for the Harpy, 2 for the Beach Plugs, and the Vadris Claw Fort Condor fight, as well as 1 fight in here. That's 12.
So really important here, we're using Master Magic to kill everything except the dragon. The dragon's sturdy enough to live, and it's important that we're doing this because we're trying to manipulate the dragon to learn an E-skill, which he's breathing on Cloud right now, and naturally makes him learn it. But that may not always be the case. Typically, this dragon likes to tend to attack Tifa, and as you're seeing right now. And we want to manipulating is hard, but we're doing 2 things with this fight. We're learning our limit with Aerith, as well as trying to steal an ether off the dragon. And the ethers are important, as Ace will mention right now.
Should be healing wind number 3 that's being used as the first one.
Awesome. Oh yeah, and we also are using our healing wind right here, since it's pretty easy to get healing wind buildups through this fight, so we can get Aerith's next level 1 limit. So this is
we might
one
actually
of the
have to ether the dragon soon, which would not be great, but not horrible.
Oh, thank gosh.
Okay, good. And so now this is the healing wind the healing wind grind fight. We are going to be having Aerith gain a limit and use a limit repeatedly until we have unlocked her second level 1 limit break, which I believe is Seal Evil.
Yep. And that's why we hypered her in the fight right here after we use Master Magic. Because remember, hypering makes it so you miss, you get an increased miss chance, and we didn't want to miss on any of those snakes before this.
Yes.
And we're also stealing ethers off of this dragon later. The ethers are very important for a shop, so we can get some extra money to buy the things we need. But also we'll get some extra just to have as safety for later in the run, and also to have for our 100%.
Yeah, we're going to be selling some ethers because they sell for a pretty good amount of money. And we're just going to be stealing ethers to be able to get enough from these Arc Dragons that we know that we're going to get.
Just to answer the Alter Maven's comment, you can learn your 2-1 limit break without knowing Seal Evil, and you can also learn your 3-1 limit break without learning the Fury brand limit.
You can probably just hit it anyway. It's the grading isn't really a big issue.
So just to kind of clarify that they don't have to be sequentially learned.
Yeah, your kill progression and your limit use progression are basically entirely independent of each other. The only real constant is that you need all of your limits in levels 1, 2, and 3 unlocked in order to be able to learn your level 4 limit. This will be relevant later.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, we're on the second fight in the upper room right now. We are going to be transitioning to the bottom room soon, not yet, but soon, in order to get encounters with those 5 Medouge and 3 crawler formations later. Those we do whenever we need to get an additional encounter, like whenever we can, whenever we know that there's going to be that fight down there. Because that usually will generate a higher number of enemies than if we were to get it up here. And for some other reasons that have to do with the step route and getting other fights later. But yeah, for the most part, we're just going to be stealing ethers, using Mantra Magic with Aerith, and leveling them up a little bit as well. These fights don't give you much experience, but it is enough to gain a couple of levels throughout the whole grind, and that actually makes some of the fights in the rest of the run pretty easy. Also, I think you should just normal attack now instead of grenading it again. You also see P-Town coming down to the bottom here. We're at the 4th fight in this room, I believe now, where... Oh, that was... and after this 4th fight, we're going to be going down to the bottom. We're going to be going down to the bottom room to get one fight. And I'm actually going to pull up the list of encounters just to make sure that I have it on hand as well. Also, I believe that we're going to be running low on MP either now or soon, so we're going to need to also worry about MP restoration throughout this thing. Actually, no, we used a 10 beforehand, I think. There is quite a bit of RNG, despite the fact that we know what encounters will be, and we try and maximize the encounters. There is still quite a bit of RNG because of how quickly the enemies want to give you turns, for example.
I realized I was on mute for a second there.
Okay, yeah, sorry.
No worries. Yeah, what Sigrun said, I was saying Pandora's box. So the reason that the encounters are set up the way that they are right now is that we're setting up so we can get a 5 enemy encounter in the lower room, which is the most favorable encounter that we can get down there. Because generally in this up room, you see we're getting 4 enemy encounters on average, and there's the occasional 5 enemy encounter that we get. However, the route is set up to try and maximize as many 5 enemy encounters that we can get, so that we can get as many kills as Aerith for her limit progress.
Yeah, we're just showing one fight in the upper room now, and then we're going to go down and get another 5 enemy fight.
And then the Altar Maven, there are additional ways you can get Shadow Flare. And we can talk about that later when we get to that
That will not be relevant for quite a while.
Yeah, that won't be relevant until like halfway through the run.
Yeah, you don't have to steal an ether from all of these fights, but most likely P-Town is going to, just for safety. You may as well get more than you have to. Looks like Tifa's getting flamed a lot also. I wonder if these guys just naturally fire the guy with the most HP.
It could be. I'm wondering...
It could also just be random, I don't know.
I was thinking that maybe there's a scripting that they target the middle formation person, but that seems less likely too.
Yeah, that's weird. Like, Genova Birth does that with her laser a bit, where it's with target specific people, but that's the only instance I know of. So, after this fight, we're going to be going to the upper room and doing some special movement and walking in order to set up the encounter table in a certain way for when we exit at the very end, in addition to trying to maximize the number of preemptive encounters we get. Preempts are really nice because there is no RNG, you always go first, and they're very fast, so we get as many as we can.
I think you called it, Ace. It looks like the AI on those dragons is 3/4 chance to target the person with the highest HP.
Alright. So this first encounter will be a preemptive with some castanets. Afterwards, we're going to walk and then get another encounter. That sort of does some things with the encounter table that, like some technical things with the encounter table that that let us get more preempts later. Also, yeah, MP is getting kind of low, so we're gonna have to worry about that soon.
Is it because the animation is so long? Which animation in particular are we talking about? Kakashi?
I think we should shut up for a bit.
Yeah.
After this fight, we're going to be walking a little bit and then getting some step, and then getting another preemptive. As in, like, a little bit, I mean, like, 12 steps-ish. However many P-Town does here. That little bit of walking made sure that the next encounter that we hit is going to be on a preemptive step ID. And as such, we get this encounter, which is also a preemptive. And yeah, I forgot to use an ether, just gonna use one right here. No big deal. Luckily, because it's a preemptive, we get that extra time to do so. And yeah, we can do that without having to worry about them hitting us, though it might have been kind of close there. And we're gonna walk again.
And luckily, this is the last set of walking, right? For the whole mines part.
Until the very end, yes.
Also, guys, I'm gonna turn my cooling system on. The game will pause just briefly.
No worries.
No worries.
Yeah, something unfortunate with the PC version is that it always pauses if you're not focused on the game, and there isn't a way to disable that as far as we're aware. Yeah, the game feed didn't freeze. P-Town's game froze because he clicked off of it. Alright, we're gonna be doing some more encounters, a total of 8 in this upper room until we gain enough, until we're ready to go back down to the bottom room to get more kills. Once we know that there's going to be a fight in the bottom room, that's good.
And these encounters that we took up here typically should have given us enough experience that now Aerith should be ready to kill with Chocomog. I think once I've had it happen where it did underroll one time, but
You can kill with Matcha Magic.
I mean, sorry, yeah, we won't need to use Chocomog anymore. So now we could use the shorter animation ability.
Yep, that's definitely very convenient.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if we had used Matcha Magic, it would have been more likely than not that some of the Madouge enemies would have survived with just a little bit of health. But using Chocomog does enough damage to make sure that doesn't happen. And yes, unfortunately, this means that we did not get any fat chocobos this run, but unfortunately, that is somewhat expected to happen. Yeah, we're just during these fights we only manipulate the arc dragon so it stops attacking us. That way we can do our steal attempts faster. And P10's getting very unlucky with these ether steals. They are not that hard of a steal, which is kind of weird why it's taking so long on so many fights, I think.
Yeah. Oh, and it looks like we might have learned Breath of the Earth there.
Yeah, that's just FF7 though, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
FF7 can be like that.
So there we go. Now we have Aerith's level 2-1 limit. Good point to say that we're roughly about halfway through the mine screen.
So yeah, this I believe is the 7th fight in this sequence, so the 8th one should be a 4 castanets fight, and then we go down to the lower room. And yeah, to comment on chat, you can get beta early. We don't, because it would be slow to do so, and it's not very useful compared to the other skills we can get.
And typically, too, Aqualung is just a superior version. I feel like there's less enemies that are weak to water compared to that don't absorb water compared to absorbing fire. That's kind of a weirdly way I said that, but there's less enemies to worry about with Aqualung than to worry about with Beta.
And now we have a sequence of fights in the upper room going 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. So we're going to do 1 fight in the upper room, lower room, 2 fights in the upper room, lower room, then 3, then 1, then 2. And after that, we should be done the grind.
Yeah, these are quite unfortunate steals. Wow. No, we're still here.
There just isn't much to talk about right now. We just have to get through. We just have to get through the mines grind. At the end, there will be things to talk about, but for now, it's just following the step route until we get through.
I guess I'll start with preemptively saying that the route has been such that when we leave the mines after getting Planet Protector, we do, and you're going to see P-Town do this, we do a small setup that is going to be done to leave the mines without taking a step. And this is to put us in a position where we can do a setup to have another preemptive boss encounter. The next place that we're going immediately after the mines is going to be Gungaga, where the Turks are expecting us because there's a traitor in the group. And there is a preemptive step ID that exists in the encounter table that will allow us to start the fight with the Turks facing the wrong direction.
Yeah, I guess I should go over all the fights that can be preempted in this game. All the scripted fights that can be preempted, at least, are Apps at the beginning in the sewers, Genova Birth, which we got, the Turks in Gungaga, the snow boss fight in the
Glacier.
snowy area, Glacier, the snowy area, and the Turks fight in Midgar, as well as those are all the boss fights, or arguably boss fights. The one not boss fight that can be preempted like that, I believe, is the attack squad fight immediately before starting the train segment in Corellia.
Yep.
Basically, if it's a fight that is on a hostile screen and the encounter formation doesn't explicitly disallow preempts, then it can probably be preempted.
And so the Turks fight that we're coming up on right now is one of those, and we get an opportunity to start the fight with first turns.
It's debated whether or not it's worth doing this preempt setup. Monetary Dragon doesn't think it's worth doing, and I honestly kind of have to agree with him, but it's still cool. So we're going to do it here.
Yeah. It's definitely something to have comfy for a marathon. Avoids having any dangerous situations in the fight itself, but there is some extensive movement to do to set it up once we get to Gungaga. So I do agree there too. That may just be worth just walking straight up to the Turks in a particular manner. Particularly, we say to walk there because there is a fight that we want to avoid if we did just run straight into them. So things are still being worked out. We'll just leave it at that. And I think someone did mention that, trying to not distract B-Town. It's a good point. This is one of those sections that is semi-tedious, even though there are things going on. And there's a lot to pay attention to. So there are Hundo runners that we've had that have definitely lost step route here. in runs, so it is good that this is a section that you do want to pay attention to.
Yeah, it's a lot of similar movements that we kind of want. It's a lot of definitely similar sections of movement, and it's really hard to keep track of where exactly you are in it, so I actually kind of lost track, to be honest.
Yeah, I did too, but looks like P-Town is keeping good track. We'll be able to
Yeah.
find out from this encounter right here.
Most likely this is the one, because he's forcing at the bottom.
Yeah,
And yeah,
I think
the
you're
one,
right.
Yeah, the one should be this fight, though, is actually the two of it. The next two is also starts with the same fight, but yeah, we should be on the one. What's the oops?
Oh, he killed Latifa.
Oh, that's just one kill. We can make that up if we need to.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a tiny oops, not a big
oops. 15 FPS in fight is correct. Yep.
It is a bit low because I think P-Town has to be doing some weird stuff to stream here, but it's good. It's correct for the most part. You should be having 15 FPS in fights.
I think even P-Town mentioned his 14.6 seems about right when we were at the beginning of the stream.
Okay.
But yeah, PC runs very unoptimally, and it can vary from screen to screen what your FPS is.
It can vary based on like what buttons you're pressing. Also, it's really weird. And like the fact that his PC might be under extra load streaming and doing everything now might be one of the reasons why it's not like able to keep up as much, I guess.
Yeah, the lower FPS it's normally where it should be. But we're losing, a significant amount of time to it today. But it is what it is.
Yeah, we should still be fine under estimate. Maybe, I mean, should be.
Seems like the steals got a little better towards the end.
You do gain levels, which does make it more likely to steal.
Yeah.
But I doubt that's like that would do all that much at this point. So yeah, we are about to be done. We're going to be doing a bit of a movement setup coming out here in order to make sure that we hit the right encounter threshold in order to make sure that we're at the exact correct step ID before leaving.
Yep.
That was good to me.
It's a good thing that these guys don't do so much damage. Seeing critical health through this Mind's Guard always gives me anxiety.
Still, looks like we got 10 ethers, which is definitely more than you need. P-Town can either sell 5 and buy 11 Phoenix Downs, or 7 and buy 16. Might be more safe to buy to do the 7 and 16 this run, but I'm not really sure what he's going to choose. Actually, Aerith has just enough health to be able to do an Aqua Lung on Naxley. He's just gonna tent, which is definitely also safe. But yeah, Aerith would have had just enough MP to be able to do an Aqualung on the Turks there. But tenting is there is also fine. So yeah, we're now going to make sure that we bring the buggy back with us across the ocean, which we can do by simply driving it into Junon. And the fastest way back into the boat is actually to use the dolphin right here.
And this dolphin is going to be the last time he makes a visit in this run.
Yep.
But look at that, carrying Cloud and a whole buggy with him onto a boat.
He's getting a workout.
So here we go. We're doing some more buggy skipping to just make sure we don't get any encounters along the way. Encounters just take time, so we'd rather just not see them. And then Ptown's just doing a cool thing right here by just grinding along the sand. And so the sand has a weird property where it's not incrementing the way that the way that the game calculates how we're going to get encounters. That's the simple way I'm going to explain that. So we don't have to do the buggy skipping while we're riding on that sand.
So here's the setup for preemptive Turks.
And we also made sure to park the buggy on the south side so that we're right next to it when we get out.
So yeah, Reno and Rude are talking about who they like.
This will be important later.
Yes, as we overhear them, and then they notice us, but they notice us and are not facing the correct direction. So just, I guess, walk facing backwards to get to us. I don't know how that works. Anyway, the advantage to doing this is that we can use Aqualungs here, and we're going to be using this fight to gain the last couple of kills that we need on Aerith in order to learn her limit break. Specifically, Planet Protector at this point is the last one that we need to learn. And actually, we usually don't need to have Aerith do these kills here, but we do now because of that one kill that we had Tifa take instead of Aerith. That's how tight the kill route is, and this includes having gotten a couple of kills in Midgar with Aerith by changing some of the boss strats we did.
Yep. I believe I counted it once, and I believe that you needed a minimum of 2 kills in Midgar, and it was also assuming that with the beach plug fight that we learned Midgard on, we get a 3 encounter instead of a 4 encounter.
Yeah, we got a 3 encounter this run, and we got 2 kills on Aerith and Midgar. So the one kill meant that we had to use these two Gungaga kills as a backup to get Aerith's limit. However, right here we have a ruined reactor and some shops that we are going to shop in. We're going to sell some of our ethers. We're only selling 5. That's fine.
And we make sure that we're extra special careful when buying that Mystify materia. You can overbuy it because it doesn't give you a confirm option when you're buying it.
Yeah, we bought some items there, and I guess there's a difference between buying items and buying materia. When buying items, you need to select the item and then choose the amount that you want to buy. But with materia, you press circle once and you have bought a single one of them immediately. And we are both buying an item and a materia in that shop, and we're buying the materia after the item because it's below it. So that can be tricky, and you need to really make sure you're careful with that. In addition, we bought Maiden's Kiss, Cornucopia, and Soft. And we bought exactly one of each of those. That's going to be important for something we do later in the run, but not for another several hours. So here we're going into Cosmo Canyon. If we were to proceed further to the left, the buggy would break down, and there is a skip that we can use to get past it, to get past that segment. However, there are several things we need to do in Cosmo Canyon, such as at the beginning here, reading the 4th and 5th Turtles Paradise posters, or rather Paradise posters number 5 and number 4, because they're ordered in the game, but we don't get number 3 until later.
But also, there's a boss that we need to kill here too in order to actually do the hundo. So that's,
yeah, there is a boss we need to kill. There is a materia we need to grab, and there isn't a way to both kill the boss and then leave and do the skip. So like even if you could do that, it still wouldn't be possible to do that with doing 100%.
And yeah, as I hope I'm not butchering your name, but as Sigurd's saying, Stinger Skip is definitely coming up. Let's see. I guess we could start talking about that now.
Yeah, and also, just a heads up, I will take a 2-minute break during the observatory cutscene.
I probably should as well. I have not eaten anything today, or I mean, I ate a little bit of breakfast, but how much else?
Yeah, maybe it's a good idea. It's still 9 o'clock my time, so it's still breakfast time, and I ate. I'll stick around.
It is 12 o'clock for me.
So, coming up, we're going to be looking at planets. Pretty sure that these are fake planets, but nonetheless, it's explaining kind of the lore of the world, and then we're going to go down to the campfire and listen to how everybody feels about the adventure so far. Ultimately, we're gonna be setting up ourselves to get ready to do the cave segment, and we need to make sure that Cloud has both enemy skill materia for that section, because some of the things that we want to do in this cave is, as Ace mentioned, we're picking up a materia that you can't get anywhere else. We're going to be learning an E skill called Death Sentence, and we're going to be killing a boss. While we're in that cave, there's a skip that you guys are going to see coming up where we can skip a scripted encounter called the Stingers. They're little spiders that I'm sure if you played this casually, you can see that they're a big pain in the butt. And it's a very interesting skip that we've come up with. But the general gist of it is we're setting up an encounter to occur right as we're crossing that web. And the interaction between the two encounters that we're supposed to be getting, one being the one that's part of the route, and the second being the actual stinger, cancels both of them out. So we get neither encounter, and we also progress through the route like normally. All the route variables are done in behind the scenes without actually seeing them happen.
Yeah, so there's a bit of a break here. You can, we'll be back in a few minutes. I'm gonna grab some food, I guess some snacks or something.
And we can just stretch if you guys need it. This is definitely a nice little break.
Take a stretch, look at the stars, look at the big orbs in the sky, apparently. The giant red rings that they all go upon, that's definitely how planets work. And we'll see you in a bit.
Don't worry, I'm still here to see Bugenhagen's explanation. P-Town is using a turbo controller, so we do. He does get to have a little more of an extended break on some of these cutscenes. Turbo controllers are valid in FF7. We have a separate leaderboard category for those. So it is a category that we have in addition to being 100%. So it's 100% and turbo.
I see I'm back just in time to watch all the people evaporate.
Mm-hmm. And now Bugenhagen proceeds to suck out the people from the planet. So, what do you think of the pizza metaphor? I don't have any thoughts on that. So death sentence coming up is a very important e-skill we want to make sure we learn from this section, as we are going to be using it to make boss fights pretty easy coming up. We'll explain how that's going to work once we get to Materia Keeper in the Nibelheim section, so it won't be too much longer. However, just know that we do need to learn it, so we're going to learn it from these enemies called the Sneaky Step coming up. They kind of look like the same enemy that we stole our Deadly Waste from, and they also have a chance to drop an item called M-Tentacles when you kill them, which can make another boss fight that we're going to see pretty soon, pretty much a lot quicker.
So yeah, here we have a party select to take Cloud. We have to take Cloud and Red into here, and we choose Tifa to get her additional experience, and also the materia, and it's also so that the materia that she has gets additional AP. Yeah, we will be coming back to Tiger Lily in a while, like very long time.
Yep, we are going to skip the spiders.
So the materia we need to grab is in an area that we normally don't go to, called, like, it's not called anything, but the materia is called Added Effect. And we need to cross over some slippery surfaces in order to get there. If you walk on the surfaces, you're able to pass through them normally. If you run on them, you slip and continue moving in whatever direction you ran in, I believe.
Yep. And there is one particular direction that leads to a set of spikes. So
yeah. So we're going to be doing a bit of a setup here in order to make sure that we're at the right part of the encounter table, and also just to avoid some additional fights afterwards. You're not quite in the corner. I'm not sure if that's a huge problem.
it could be solved with a little walking.
Yeah. Pretty unlucky escape in this fight.
Interestingly, that that emote, it's a little bit blown up on my screen. Like, seems a little distorted.
So, yeah, we're going over the slippery goo, and then we're going to, after getting this materia, force a fight. After, we're going to get a cutscene with Bugenhagen that puts us in a specific position, and then we're going to move left and right to force our fight, such that there is a constant amount of distance between us and the loading zone that's above us. That way, no matter where we get the fight, we run up and we've expended the same amount of distance. And then, yeah, I'm just gonna let... I think it's best to just let the rest of it speak for itself, hopefully.
Yeah. And the reason we, as they said, the reason we force this here is because this is a known distance between the loading zone and ourselves.
Yeah, P-Town, tell us if anything goes wrong.
Yep. But yeah, this skip is very movement specific, so that's why we need to set up this fight right here. And it looks like we got a really lucky manipulate right there. And there we go. Skip both
Nice
webs.
skip. Nice skip. And it's worth noting that there's a glitch that happens as a result of skipping one of those webs, where the next time you get into a boss fight, or like any scripted encounter, it will repeat itself after it's completed. However, getting into this fight right here fixes that.
And so we definitely don't want to fight this boss twice. So
Yeah,
good.
we only have one X potion. Speaking of X potion, that's Gin attack is undead.
And undead take damage from healing items.
Unfortunately, there's a lot of parts to gain attack that can get quite a few turns before we can do an attack, so it can be fairly slow, but... Yeah, the Phoenix Downs only work like 1/3 or 1/4 of the time. It's very inconsistent. We just throw an X potion and that guarantees it.
And you saw that we picked up the gravity materia there. So this is one of the few places that we can get it, and rather than having to think about it later, it's just easier to just grab it.
Yeah, we do eventually need to have it equipped. I don't know.
Yeah, we use it for beta actually, since someone brought it up.
Yeah, just bait. We only use it for beta actually.
Oh, no, actually, yeah, just beta, because I was thinking we also demi for Dragon Zombie, but I think that's with Master Magic.
Yeah, that's with Master Magic. But that's much later. In addition to all those other things that we've gotten so far, this will be result in us getting the Seraph Comb, I believe.
Yeah. We get that right here. And so we have a party arrangement here, and we bring Aerith back with us. This is important because we're coming up on another section right now for Aerith's limit grinding. Particularly those limits that we learned through getting Aerith kills, we're going to use them right now on the world map so that we can learn the remaining limits that Aerith needs for Great Gospel, which is her level 4 limit. The encounter that we're going to get is with this blue alien looking enemy called the Valron, and he has something that's kind of like a gravity based attack, but it does about a quarter of your max health every time it hits you. And this is the best ability for building limits for this section, so this is the best enemy that we could use at this point in the game in order to build limits. And so
Yeah,
we're going to
definitely.
manipulate it.
Yeah, definitely.
Now, it's a very common enemy to get here, but there are some unfortunate fights that you can get with just wolves, just like this one that just popped up.
Yeah, unfortunately. Gonna kill them? Oh, I think he's just gonna kill them a bit.
Yeah.
I remember not to over level though.
This should be a Valron encounter. And it is.
Yeah, so we are now using this enemy to grind our level 2 and level 3 limit break usages. The first one will be our level 2 limit break usages, or uses, I don't know. Breath of the Earth has the effect of removing the sadness and fury statuses from us. This is incredibly inconvenient because we need the fury status in order to gain limit quickly, so we got a bunch of hypers so that we can throw one on Aerith in between each limit use, and that's how we can continue to gain limit rapidly. This Valron will do exactly 1/4 of Aerith's max HP in damage every time that she gets kicked. However, that calculation to determine 1/4 of Aerith's HP always rounds down, and so if Aerith has an amount of HP that's not divisible by 4, like she has now, then she'll never be killed from 4 kicks from max health. Basically, if Aerith's health is yellow, then she will be killed by a kick. If it is white, she will not be killed by a kick. And yeah, in total, I believe we need to use this 6 times.
I have it in my notes, but yeah, that sounds right. Yeah. And you're gonna see that we finished up the fight with the Valron dive kicking itself, and this is to guarantee that Tifa gets the kill with it, since she's the one manipulating the Balron.
Does Tifa actually get this kill? I don't know.
It'd be nice to know, and we can always look that up on an emulator.
Yeah, I actually don't know if this results in Tifa getting the kill or not. I could look that up later.
Yeah, lucky Lucci on that. That's our extra Rushin nut right there.
Yeah.
I might start tracking that in my hundos to see if I ever need to buy extras later. And luckily we got a second Valron fight right here, and this is good, so we don't have to waste time with trying to farm more encounters. So we're gonna...
Got a fast manip, which is good.
Yep. We're gonna now start using planet protectors here to now build for Aerith's next limit. We don't use all of them that we need to get the next one. We save one for later because we're going to actually use this last planet protector that we need to learn the next limit.
Yeah, don't spoil it. And I'm not sure if Ptown will be doing that this run, because the thing that you're thinking of is somewhat risky.
Okay. Like, I mean, it's not, it really isn't risky, but if you mess up your execution a little bit, it can be risky. Like Ptown had a run that lost like 10 minutes having to reset due to it, so I wouldn't be surprised if Ptown just goes and gets all limit uses here. Okay, fair.
I think we'll still do the thing, though.
Yeah, I won't say what it is, but we definitely want to have the last one used for Demon's Gate coming up.
Yeah, anyway, we big guarded ourselves to give our party haste. That way, the Peerless status that Planet Protector gives us runs out faster. Because we can't damage or heal Aerith while we're in Peerless. So, we just need to wait for it to run out in order to continue farming.
And exactly what he said. Peerless is a status we have where we're kind of immune to getting healed or taking damage.
So yeah, coming out of here, we're going to want to end the fight with either 4 or 5 Planet Protectors having been used, and then Aerith either having all of or almost all of a full limit bar. It looks like the fight is done. As you can see from the reward screen, we actually did not learn Planet Protector. That is intentional. Or we did not learn Great Gospel, rather. No.
No, it's Pulse of Light.
Pulse of Light. The thing. That thing. Whatever the limit break we learned from it that we never uses, so I never remember the name. Yeah, we don't learn Pulse of Life here. That is intentional, for a reason you're going to see later. So yeah, now setting up the party in combat mode, so back row, sadness, all the protection necessary. Though we're at a higher level now than we would be in, say, something like an 80% run, so we don't need quite the level of protection that we would need in something like that. Yeah, Sogerin, luckily that is something that we don't have to worry about yet. Luckily, in this world map section between the two areas there isn't enough time to get even a single encounter check, so you never, assuming you move reasonably well, you'll never get an encounter there.
And so now we're in Mount Nebel, where there are a few things that we want to do here that help us prepare for the run. These are some things that we're speculating for optimization later, but we'll see it here in this run. One thing is we're going to drop a ladder that's going to be used when we come back to this section for actually these in particular enemies too. But we're going to set up for some duping of some sort that we're going to see later, and we'll get to it when we get to it. But particularly, we need to have that so we have access to come back here. Other than that, we have to proceed through the section in order to just progress with the story, and one of the most efficient ways to do that is we're going to go down the 2-pipe after we drop this ladder to pick up the Power Soul, which is one of the most important items to get for Tifa for pretty much the remainder of the run.
Yeah, you'll see also in the fight immediately afterwards against Materia Keeper why it is so powerful. So here we've got Twin Brains. These are annoying enemies that can paralyze you.
If only we could skip this encounter.
It's not too bad. You just run away from it.
Yeah. Just the long animations.
Yeah, down the 2-pipe, grab the Power Soul, and we have a menu, and we have a boss. I think you can make it to the save point and save if you want to for safety.
On console, it may be a little tight, especially if you do the Turbo Ether strat, like picking it up in Cosmo Canyon.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that would even matter though, like how tight it is here.
Yeah, I think so. I think you're right. I was really surprised last weekend.
So usually we say that when you're fighting Materia Keeper, that you'll be surprised at the strategy here. You probably won't be, especially if you're not super familiar with this game now. As in, like, we don't use the 7 kill in this hundo route.
It is available to us, but this is a much safer strat.
Yeah, instead, or at least much more consistent in that we don't have to worry about damage rolls or mini misses or anything like that. Instead, in this route, we're going to be doing a more traditional strat and showing off the power of the Power Soul. Because we have the resources to do it, basically. Attack with Tifa once, I think. Or
I think
he uses grenades to white tricks, so that's probably fine.
So there are a couple of different ways you can set up for this, for the pretty much the killing blows that you're going to get on Materia Keeper. Kind of what Ace was saying. Some runners will start off with an attack on Materia Keeper to get him some damage. Other runners will do what Ptown's doing and use grenades in between the death blows to do the damage. This is just something we found because one time, even though we got the correct number of death blows in on a run...
Oh, Cloud is faster than Tifa here, that's a problem. Luckily, it didn't matter in the end.
Wow, yeah. I kind of lost my train of thought. Oh, so yeah, you could either fill in the gap with an initial attack, or with Tifa before the cross slash goes through, or you can just throw grenades like Ptown was doing.
Also, us not picking up that that materia that we walked by was intentional. Before chat asks.
Yeah. We do get one later in the run, which you guys will see. So all that would do is it just fills up our inventory. Now, there's one thing that we care about here with Rocket Town other than progression of the story, and that's to make sure that we pick up a weapon. It's a man's weapon, according
Two
to
weapons.
the shopkeeper.
Yeah, 2 weapons even.
There we go. We picked up the shotgun.
We got
And
the
it-
shotgun, and now we're gonna come over here and get the Yoshiyuki. You talk to this guy a couple of times, he reminisces about the past of the Rocket Town, and gives you a sword for it. You know, like you do. Going to sit here in a second, and yeah, he will be a useful character for some of the run, but he won't be in the party quite yet.
Yeah, he's really good starting out right before we switch over to Discord Part 2.
Ptown likes to name Sid and Kate like CI and CA to make sure that they aren't confused with Cloud, who's named C usually. Though in this
Particularly good when we use the materia exchange menu.
yeah, definitely.
There is that particular chest that is right at the top of the screen. That is a safety item in there. I don't know if P-Town gets it or not, but if you were ever behind on Gil, that is an item you can get to sell later. It's a Barrett weapon, and since Barrett's not a very good speedrun character, we usually don't need to have it for a long period of time. So we typically just use it for extra money later. But I think we're good on Gil, so P-Town may not pick it up. And this would be one of your typical bathroom breaks right here. Once, well, if you're actually on Turbo, this is your bathroom break right here.
I'm actually gonna take this bathroom break.
Normally, if you're on console, your break would just be once the timer starts for the rocket launch.
Yeah, Sid
So-
wants to talk to the president of Shinra in order to get the space program hopefully restarted back up again or something. And guess who's been following us around the whole time? Unfortunately, he does not get what he was looking for. Sorry, were you gonna say something?
Yes. So we're coming up on the Palmer fight right now, and Palmer is a pretty simple fight on Hundo compared to the any percent. We're going to be using similar weight tricking strats here with using Aqua Lung in between attacks that Tifa will launch out because she's in the Berserk status. But we're going to make sure we set her up first so she can do some appropriate damage, so that's why we're doing a big guard right now, and then following up with a death sentence. So we'll just fill in the gaps between Tifa's attacks with Aqua Lungs. As mentioned before, Aqua Lung is quite a useful ability to have for this part. It does more damage than Tifa's doing right now. And also, Aqua Lung just is one of those abilities that doesn't have very many enemies that are resistant to it. So it's pretty safe to use.
Yeah, don't be surprised if we see a lot of Tifa misses. Palmer has pretty high evasion. That's also one of the reasons why we need Cloud to gain a limit right now, and we didn't put him in we did not put him in Fury because we want him to do Aqua Lungs that hit as opposed to miss, which is what would probably happen a lot if we put him in Fury.
And we definitely want to have a limit for Cloud before we go into the temple, so we may be farming the fight on the world map.
Yeah, Palmer is pretty good and does a lot of damage with attacks like this one. So we can get quite a bit of limit from this fight, assuming he hits the right person. But yeah, that was a pretty fast Palmer fight.
Yeah, just as Ptown mentioned in chat, that was a pretty good, pretty lucky Mako gun that happened on Cloud there. A Mayo gun. And so now we have a plane that's going to be able to take us all around the world. Well, kind of. Because now it's getting shot down.
Oh no.
So now we have, I guess, we're gonna have a boat.
Yeah. That's what you do with planes when they can't fly anymore, right?
Yeah. My thoughts exactly.
So now we're going to the Temple of the now we're going to the Gold Saucer in order to be able to go to the Temple of the Ancients. Rather, I just saw the word Temple of the Ancients on the screen and was like, "Hey, Temple of the Ancients." That's not where we're going right now. We're going
Like the
back
black materia, right?
We're going back to the Gold Saucer in order to be able to get the Keystone, which will be necessary to get to the Temple of the Ancients. On the way there and the way back, there are some Flat Beats enemies, which would be really nice to get because they do a lot of damage and can build Cloud's limit more easily than most other things.
So that would be what would be our considered favorable encounter through this part of the world map. If Valorons were over by Nibelheim, those are going to be ours for this section.
This is a weird encounter. It has both flat beats and a joker. The jokers are dangerous. They can use a move called, they can use this joker card move, which has a 1 in 8 chance of summoning a joker card as opposed to this heart card, which was very nice. A joker card will instantly kill whoever it hits, assuming it lands. And if someone dies and they have a limit, then they lose their limit.
It always gives me a little anxiety when I see him turn to Aerith.
Yeah. Also, that too. We also need Aerith to keep her limit stored as well.
More so since her limit is a little bit harder to build.
Yeah.
Because now she's got a level 3 limit queued.
This would have been the optimal fight to get. It's just 3 of these flat beats guys, and they just keep pummeling the party with attacks that do a lot of damage and build a lot of limit.
And so with everything that we've done so far since leaving Fort Condor, we should definitely have the guild that we need to get through this section. Well, I guess, sorry, let me rephrase that. After selling or buying the stuff in Gungaga, everything that we've done so far has been tracked so that we have enough guild to go through here, since we need a minimum of 3,000 to enter. So once again, pointing to how important it is to make sure you have the right amount of money.
Yeah, I don't believe this section is very tight on Gil. I mean, the ability to pass through through Gold Saucer right here isn't very tight.
Yeah, on this route, it's definitely not. But I'm not sure. I think in any percent they do a buy right before this to pick up some extra stuff. So
yeah, the Fury Ring route especially.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, just things that we think about, but luckily this route requires a little less thinking as long as you're following it.
So it's time to in order to get the keystone, we have to impress Dio in the battle arena. We're gonna show off our great skills at fighting, right? That's what's gonna happen, right?
I hope so.
So do I.
I mean, we have 700 people in here for a show. Let's see how good Cloud does.
And we start off with the tactic of running away.
Why is he running away?
Why is he running?
Wow, and he took a missile to the face?
Oh, no.
Oh, boy. Well, at least Dio's nice enough to still give us that keystone.
Yeah, I mean, it does take a lot of skill to be able to take a missile to the face and not die from it, so, keystone is ours. Now I just gotta leave to go back and go to the... Oh no. Why is she in... Why is this person in the way? Oh no. Looks like we're gonna be here for a bit.
So that battle, well, essentially, as you saw, running away does give us the keystone at, for free. Dio's a kind guy. There has been one case that I've seen where you can actually enter that fight with Cloud dead and just instantly get out of the fight. But it's definitely not something that we would want to do in this run. It's a funny thing to see though, just Cloud lying on the floor during a battle. Yeah, there's some chugging along going on right here.
Yeah, I'm getting some stream issues also, so it's not just... I don't know what's going on here. So don't worry about it too much, I guess.
Is your battery okay, P-Town? I don't know if that... Sometimes, I don't think about that, but, if low battery and then the computer goes into low battery mode. But don't worry, guys. I think it'll be resolved. So this is a little section that we're gonna do coming up called the date section. And essentially Eris will take us out, have a good time. We go to a play, we watch some funny things happen, and there are actually some choices that result in a faster date play. But you know, you're talking about like Glacial saying, frames of improvement. Maybe a couple seconds. It's not crucial if you accidentally do the wrong menu options there.
So yeah, I guess this first segment, with however much of it you'll be able to make out, is us going to the event square and going to the event square and doing a play, because we are like the 100th couple or something that has gone through these doors, and so we shall be the star performers of the play.
I guess since it's I mean, up to you guys, but how do we want to fix this? I hope it's not something that's just gonna continue past Gold Saucer. I guess do we handle it after we get out if it's still going on?
So I just killed my FPS display to see if that helps out at all, because I hadn't used it until today. And so let me see if that fixes it. I just got rid of the display.
Alright.
Somewhat monetary. It seems like that is what is going on. Okay, I think it caught up to the point where your FPS display is gone, but it's still kind of stuttering.
My computer is really chugging along here. Output. I'm just seeing if I can reduce the maybe the stress on my computer here. Kill OBS, reconnect. It should be dandy.
I think we should get tips from like the I think we should get tips from the from RRLAT staff if anyone. I'm not sure anyone else would help.
Well, the good news here is, like, I think once we get to Big Shoes and we lay down a save, there's a good chance oftentimes it's just fixed after a save. I mean, what I could do is I could kill myself to Demon's Gate as well. I'm coming up here.
That won't like reset the program. It'll just
oh, that's right. It'll be a soft reset.
Well, Sokerin, we don't know that we're only missing the date. We don't know that this is going to be resolved afterwards somehow.
Okay, RRLAT is saying you can restart stream and reduce it to.
FPS is going to be the
Thing.
is going to be the big thing, yeah. Just the difference between 30 and 60 is not double; it's like quadruple. It's a very big difference streaming at 60 versus 30.
Yeah, it looks like it's significantly better on stream now. I actually now need to restart my RMTP.
Yeah, you'll have
me
to
too.
start the RTMP
Yeah,
to attach it back up.
Yeah, okay. Well, let's see if that makes any difference. Thanks for the help. I'm sorry
Yep.
about the technical issues.
No, that's
Yeah.
okay. That's why we're here. Enjoy, everyone, and Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Yep, I've got a pretty smooth stream on my end.
I'm waiting for mine to catch up.
Well, it's feeling night and day to me, so at least the game is feeling better now.
Yep, definitely is good now.
Okay, I caught back up.
So yeah, now we are done. Luckily, the only thing that really affected was the Golden Saucer, not the Temple of the Ancients. Now that we're exiting, we need to go through that area that has those potentially dangerous enemies one more time, and then we go to a house where we were able to trade the mithril that we got all the way back when we talked to the guy in the cave after doing 55 battles for the Great Gospel Limit Manual, which will be necessary to learn Aerith's level 4 limit break, which is a part of the 100% speedrun.
And luckily, we didn't see any jokers this time.
Yep. Oh wow, only one encounter.
Yeah, that was very good. I felt like I might have spoken too soon as I said that, but
Yeah.
we did get very lucky there.
I was like, how far ahead are you? So yeah, this guy's gonna tell us where the keystone is. We already know where the keystone is. Some guys took it from us. But Shinra took it from us. So yeah, we go grab the small box where you get the Great Gospel, as opposed to the big box where I believe we get like a gold armlet or something.
Yep, you get a gold armlet. Totally
Yeah.
useless. We already get one from Sid.
Yep. Or a dragon.
Yep, or a dragon. And this part here can be kind of scary a little bit. So
Good save.
good save. There's a little encounter that you can get here in this forest that is a pincer, and it can be run ending in certain categories. I think the chance is a little bit less likely in Hundo, but it can still be a very significant time loss.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we got across the forest without an encounter though, so yeah.
Mhm.
So this is the Temple of the Ancients. The main screen is sort of a maze that has weird controls. That has like sort of kind of weird controls where up is like up, the D-pad is upright, or at least visually. And it's sort of difficult to navigate, but we know what we're doing through it. Luckily.
And there are a few items along the way that we do want to make sure that we pick up on in that maze section. Some we won't be able to pick up, and some will look like we can't pick it up, and we do. But we definitely want to pick up a couple of chests while we're there. It's to give us enough money for the upcoming section where we're gonna prepare for breeding chocobos.
Yeah, one important thing is us picking up the Luck Plus materia, which will, the Luck Plus materia we collect in an unintended way, and I believe this is like the only place you can get it, so we better get it now.
Be very interesting if the devs did intend us to get it this way.
Yeah, considering that there is a whole nother path for us to be able to get it through, I don't think that's the case, but you never know. Okay, there's a trident in this chest that we need to pick up. There's this encounter right here. And we should get one more encounter soon after or before getting into the door that exits this room. Yeah, we're gonna grab Luck Plus down the staircase, and we get it quickly. That's nice.
And then we're
It's
gonna
just-
pick up this rocket punch right here.
Yeah, Rocket Punch. Almost missed it there.
And this fight happened naturally, but this is good. This is one spot where we would want to force this fight that we got here. But very
Yep.
good that we didn't require much forcing.
Now we get the room with the rolling sausages, where we run away from them.
Sometimes I think of them as pork rinds, but that might be a Chris Abyss thing.
I don't really know what they would be.
I've heard Fritos, I've heard pork rinds, but we'll leave it to your imagination.
Watch for rolling rocks indeed.
Packing peanuts, I like that.
Oh yeah.
Rolling nouns.
So right in front of Cloud right now is a particularly important materia that P-Town definitely won't forget to grab, right? Yeah. In no slots or no major skips or other categories like that that don't do 100% of the game, you do not pick up this materia, this morph materia right here. But in 100%, you definitely want it because yeah, you can't really get it anywhere else. And even if you could, we'd need it before you would be able to. Also, it's just right here. So this clock room is pretty interesting. We have a couple of items that we need to get from the 4, 5, and 6 hands. Watch out for the second hand. Yeah, we're okay. P-Town messed up a bit there, and we're definitely going to be taking this slowly.
That was weird. My cancel button did not work on me, so I had to take a loss there.
Yeah, we're waiting for the second hand to go to steer very clear of the minute hand or whatever that hand is.
Yeah, the moving hand right now has a chance to actually knock you off the platform, and if it does, then I believe you're in a room that's really far back, and you get. Do you get an encounter all the time when you go down there?
I believe it's a scripted pincer encounter. It might not be a pincer, but it's a bad encounter regardless.
Okay, and definitely as a minimum, it kills your step route. So
yeah,
we definitely don't want to fall down there.
Yeah, it kills step route, and it likely kills you too. Over here, we're going to pick up a ribbon that is normally not obtained in most other categories. This isn't strictly necessary for 100%, but it makes a lot of the remaining gameplay a lot safer and easier. It's nice to be able to ensure that 2 characters have a ribbon. Over here, we have a specific, we just jump down one and go through the third from the left in order to make sure that we catch the guy every time here. There's a chest in the bottom left of the room with a work glove, which sells for some money that can be used if you're running low. Why does manipulate off Tifa?
I think he's preparing it for the later menu, or maybe he prefers the battle menu this way.
Actually, that makes that.
I strip it off there. I always have. I'm not sure if that's a bad thing, but
No,
I do.
I think the reason you strip it off there is because that means that it's available immediately to be equipped on Sid, so you can do Sid then Tifa for a menu later. So we are now ready to enter this main room, and we will soon begin the fight against Red Dragon.
I am on active.
I was gonna say, are you on wait?
I should have checked. It's a good thing you noticed that, though.
Oh, Tifa came in for a kiss, apparently.
Oh yes, reset limit to 0.
And so it's a good thing that Ptown remembered, because once you get to Sephiroth on the floor here, you don't have any more opportunity to control your characters.
Yeah, so this fight upcoming is going to be a similar one to the Materia Keeper fight, where we're just going to be using Big Guard and Death Sentence to make ourselves defended and fast, and Tifa do a lot of damage. We never really talked about Power Stone mechanics, but essentially having critical health makes the Power Stone do double damage, and having Death Sentence makes it do an additional 4 times damage. So we effectively get 8 times damage attacks, combined with the Death Blow. Combined with using Death Blow means that all of our attacks do 16 times damage, and we have Cloud use Cross Slash in order to ensure that all the Death Blows hit. Because it turns out that it's impossible to miss I'm pretty sure that it's impossible to miss a paralyzed enemy. Or I'm not sure if it's paralyzed or stopped in this case. I'm not really sure if there's a difference between those two statuses, but you know what I mean.
I think Paralyze just happens to last for a shorter time, but I might be wrong about that.
Okay. Anyway, yeah, we'll just be able to use Cross Slash against Red Dragon in order to stop it. In order to make it so that our Death Blows hit and it doesn't attack.
This fight can go very lucky for us if he ends up breathing on Tifa, because that saves us having to do lasers on her.
And look what happened.
And it just happens.
Yeah, I should not have put Big Guard up first turn.
It's definitely safer to do that. And that's definitely more important now.
Okay, that was kind of scary.
What's 746 divided by 4? 186, so only 1 potion. Yeah, use 1 normal potion on Tifa after this.
And this potion is to help us keep her in critical damage, but also to be able to withstand attacks in the next coming fight.
So yeah, there we picked up the Bahamut Materia. It's a summon that we probably won't be using in this run. So right there, we exchanged the Power Wrist for the Fury Ring on Tifa. That puts her in Berserk again, and that's in preparation for the Demon's Gate fight.
And Ptown went down to the Leave It on the pyramid. Typically that option saves us a little bit of time, as opposed to any of the other options where Cloud ends up talking a bit and then shaking the pyramid. But he shakes it anyway, apparently.
Yeah, P-Town will most likely be doing another save here, I believe. And yeah, we're right now coming up to the Demon's Gate fight, checking everything to make sure we're good. And yeah, it seems like we are good, so assuming we don't get very unlucky, the fight should go pretty smoothly.
Yes, so to answer that question, it does. There is a slight improvement in time if you did have Kate Sith in the party, but for 100%, this is much safer just to have Tifa here. So you'll see that
I think this Kaven's gonna kill. Yeah, unfortunate. Waste a turn. Yeah, make sure you waste a turn. He didn't waste a turn. Actually, no, I think he did waste a turn.
I think we got another cave in. This might kill again. Oh, we got lucky with the miss. So the ones...
Alright, we win. We win.
Yeah, we got this. So the unfortunate thing there with why that cave-in was scary was because since Tifa died, she's not tranked anymore. And so cave-in's gonna do more damage and likely would kill her.
I think she would have been fine with a non-crit, but yeah, we have Planet Protector now. Planet Protector gives us Peerless. We can't be damaged. We're now doing very powerful crit HP, Fury Ring, Tifa attacks against the Demon's Gate automatically, and all we have to do is weight trick them to ensure that the fight continues properly. That was a good recovery. I think P-Town did a pretty good recovery there. In order to ensure that the fight continues smoothly. It's going to Demon Rush us, it's not going to do anything. We are just standing still, stone as statues without it having to use Petrify. And that's Demon's Gate. So you might have some questions. Notably, you might be aware that after this moment, Aerith isn't exactly usable anymore. However, we haven't used our 4th limit break, Great Gospel, on it. We just unlocked Pulse of Life, and that's nice because this means that we are now able to use our 4th limit break, Great Gospel, the limit manual, to teach Aerith the limit break, which is a requirement for the 100% speedrun. But we no longer have control over Aerith, and so we can't do that. Or so you'd think.
Yeah, she's going up to the farm up north.
Oh yeah, that one, the farm in the Northern Crater.
Mm-hmm.
Don't ask what's the farm down there.
At least they have movers down there to help her transition.
Oh yeah, good point. So yeah, here we have Kate Sith sacrificing his current body, at least, to the temple in order to compress it into the black materia, which we will steal and will not be stolen by Sephiroth, because that would be idiotic, of course. now we are coming up to a scene with the party in a crater where the black materia is. Oh no, it's Sephiroth.
How is he floating?
I don't know. So coming up is going to be a little bit of a weird thing in this cutscene where in the scripting for this cutscene, there are a couple of places where the game enables your ability to open the menu and then immediately disables it again. However, it turns out that, and like usually that should mean that you can't open the menu because it's always disabled between frames. However, it turns out that at one of these places, due to a weird quirk in how the scripting system works, we are able to open the menu by just holding down the menu button. There is one frame where the menu is unable to be opened for some reason. For whatever reason, the developers added those script commands in there. And because of that, we are able to open the menu and learn Great Gospel.
And we have found other places in the game where this can happen, this particular mechanic where you can open the menu. So far, this is the one that we found very useful for the run, and that may be explored in the future.
So yeah, this entire thing is made, this menu being here enables us to do only 4 planet protectors against the Valeron and have the 5th and final planet protector that we use be the one that we have to use on the Demon's Gate fight anyway, or at least that we use in this route to make it go by quickly. And so because we have to use that one fight on this route, what am I gonna say? Because we're able to open the menu to teach Great Gospel after we have finished the Demon's Gate fight, we're able to do that route where we can save the time it takes to use one planet protector, and not have to do all 5 planet protectors to teach Great Gospel earlier. So after this, we're going to be placed in Gongaga. We're going to grab an X potion from a chest, and unlike most other routes, we're also going to go grab the White M phone, which is a Kate Sith weapon that's particularly important for this run. And then we're going to re-enter Gongaga after leaving it in order to grab the Titan materia. We can do this at any time for the most part, but now just for several reasons is convenient. You believe in RRLAT, right?
So we pick up this white M phone for Kate Sith. It has some use, but
It is actually pretty important.
we do buy one later though, right? Or we could.
I think we could, but it's important to have it now, I mean.
Okay.
So we're going to need Cloud to have another limit built up by the next boss fight, and this is a pretty good place for him to have that. Like, these enemies do a pretty good amount of damage, so I think you should actually front row and Trank, and Hyper, I mean. Yeah, we're going to get two of these, and we're going to get two of these enemies, and then hopefully after that he has a limit.
And so this is a nice. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
First, we're gonna grab Titan. Yeah, were you gonna say something?
Yeah. So a good thing why we do it here rather than the first time we come to Gungaga for that Titan materia, we skip a whole cutscene right there. I don't know if you mentioned that already.
I did not.
I'm sure that if some of you have played this casually, you see a whole cutscene where the Turks and Scarlet come in and look in the materia area for the reactor, and yeah, you could actually see the Titan materia that's poking out, I think.
So right now we're going to be taking a sort of alternate route to get to Bone Village because we have to go to Calm first. It turns out we're now unskipping Calm. We actually do need to go to Calm for a bit to fulfill some 100% criteria. However, in order to get to Calm, it turns out it's actually faster to go around the eastern continent instead of around the western continent. And so we're going to be doing that with this route that Dash Retro, who was in chat earlier, came up with.
We would like to also pick up some steals here to have some extras for party members. There's going to be a fight that's coming up that's very important that we have multiple steals for. Makes it a lot quicker. But also generally we would like to have steals for just general steel stuff.
Yeah, if we don't get them now, the next time we'll be able to grab steel materia is not for a while, and we have a couple of things we want to steal between then and now. So it's probably it's definitely worth the detour to come over and pick up some extra steel materia from Calm, especially because Calm is the only place where you can get steel materia from.
Yeah.
Or you can buy the steel materia. There's the one we picked up earlier in the game, but
I don't think you can buy these anywhere else.
Yeah. Now the game gets a little bit confused and starts some of the Calm flashback cutscene. However, it doesn't prevent you from leaving like it does back then, because we cleared. It turns out that the trigger to prevent you from leaving is a game moment flag, which we fulfill by being this far in the game. However, this does cause Cloud to be the only person in the party now.
And while we could technically PHS people back in, if we didn't have a limit already, it would be nice that some upcoming encounters that we have where enemies can only just hit Cloud and build a limit for him.
Yeah.
Mastering underwater materia doesn't do anything, actually.
So we're coming up to Bone Village now. We're gonna dig up the Lunar Harp. This is just an item that's necessary. This is just a key item that's necessary to have to get past this next area, the forest.
There we go, we got it.
Yeah.
We're also going to pick up a summon materia that kind of moves around the screen on the next field screen that we get. And it's really annoying if you don't know the pattern for it, but there are some things that you could do just to make sure that you get it every time. And you're going to kind of see that right here with what Ptown does. And this is the Kajada or Kiata materia that we need for Hundo.
Yeah, we just run over to the right and pick it up there. So we're gonna get 2 fights here, and afterwards do some steps.
And it's really important we get this water ring for the next boss fight.
Yep. Don't want to forget it.
Just like we can kill everything with Aqualung, the next boss can actually kill us all with Aqualung, and we need to have at least one person to be able to survive to recover.
Alright, so we got our limit now, that's good.
The steps are really good.
Yeah, pretty far ahead, that's nice. Can definitely afford to take many extra. So here's a bit of a world map that we can use and definitely will use to bring the party back. Because it turns out that if you were to go to the shell hut without the party, I believe it soft locks the game, which would not be fun to do at this point.
Yes, I think Dash Retro also discovered that that's a possibility.
Yep.
You get a cutscene where Cloud wants to talk to people and there's no one to talk to, and so the game gets confused. And it just freezes up right there. And so a lot of the menuing that Ptown's doing right here is to set up for stuff we're going to be doing right after Genova Life, which is the next boss. And I think that whatever else he may do here, like anything he may pick up, he might factor into the menu, but I'm not sure. I think he
Remember,
already did
P-Town,
everything.
you have to doink after being in the shell hut.
Oh yeah, and also gotta retrank everyone if you when you go to sleep here.
Yeah, we're doing a trick called shell hut skip most likely now. You can basically now do a paralysis dodge by interacting both with the bed and the chest underneath it, which has an elixir and a very weird hitbox that allows you to pick it up from here.
There we go, we got it. Ran up and got the enemy skill. Very good. That's number 3 of 4.
Notably, that's not the important part of the trick. The important part is that we do not soft lock here.
And we're good.
So if you don't grab that ladder before your characters appear, the ladder becomes non-interactable. Like, you can't interact with it, and as a result, you have no way to get down from there, and the cutscene does not play. So, yeah. We're gonna grab Comet through the floor in one of these upcoming screens. Yet another item with a very good collection radius, or hitbox, or whatever it is. This area is full of items with janky collection radiuses, or whatever it is.
Yeah, like we're gonna see that bolt armlet chest coming up.
Yeah, so right now, so there's a boss fight coming up, and it can do a move called Aqualung 1/4 of the time, and that's fun. However, I should note that on the PC version only, it is possible for Sid to survive an Aqualung because of something called the MDef bug, where on the PlayStation version and not on the PC version, magic defense from armor just doesn't work at all. However, it does work on the PC version, which gives Sid enough magic defense to at least sometimes be able to survive an Aqualung. Hello, Keanu lookalike for the raid. You came at a good time. So if you want something to do during this cutscene, you can keep track of when Sephiroth is and isn't wearing gloves. We got a good opener on this fight, so this should be a quick fight.
And like some of the previous fights, we're using the Power Soul and Death Sentence to really take advantage of Tifa's damage here. And we're good.
Yeah, Tifa was actually rolling pretty low there. Usually you see Tifa doing at least like I'm not sure whether it's more common for you to have a 4K or a 5K Tifa, but oftentimes Tifa does 5K damage, and yeah, Tifa's damage is really low there, which is at least a little concerning. I don't know if it's concerning. I don't really think there's anything that really matters based on it. But I mean, she should be strong enough for Schizo, which is the only thing that should really matter for us.
Yeah, I think it should normalize by the time we get to Schizo. That's been my experience.
Yeah, if it would matter for Schizo, that'd be kind of concerning. Though, if it does matter for Schizo, you can just take off Transform and any kind of magic materia she might have.
Okay, so we might be getting some background sound in. So
I know my parents are yelling. I mean, they're like just talking to each other loudly, not yelling. You know what I mean? Yeah. I'm gonna see if raising my I had to turn my noise gate really low in order to not get like choppy audio. I think, though I might have had something else wrong there. I'm gonna see if raising it up higher is fine. So here we have what would be on console the transition from Disc 1 to Disc 2.
And the 100% run is pretty good with how it's routed in such a way that you could almost say that these disc swap transitions that you would normally see on the console are a good indicator of like each third of the run, since there were only 3 discs for FF7.
Yeah, the first disc takes up about a third of the run. The second disc takes up about a third of the run, and same with the third disc. Also, yeah, definitely want to heal up Tifa.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we're gonna take this upper path here to escape and go into the northern area of the map.
And you see right now, P-Town is running around to force a fight right here, and this is routed, so this is good. Getting a fight right here.
Yeah, technically you don't actually need to do it if it's going to be a back attack, but it's definitely fine to do it. And yeah, it was actually a mistake before to put Cloud in Sadness for the Genova fight because he can't take damage during it, and he needs to be in Fury now. But not a big one at all.
And so here's our funky box that we opened from below.
Yep, that one has the Bolt Armor, which will be pretty useful.
And we pick up another item down here called the Hypno Crown. This is very important for Hundo. It allows us to get an increased chance for manipulates, so that we don't really have to really concern ourselves if a manipulate misses or not.
Notably, it makes Manipulate always work.
Yeah.
It doesn't just increase chances, it just makes it always work.
Oh, okay.
Down here is the Magic Plus materia with a ladder that conveniently the game automatically goes down or up for us. Though the ladder that's above here, I believe you have to hold up to actually go up on.
Yes, you do have to hold up going up. Luckily, going down's easier than going up. Even in real life.
Ferrex P-Town is not narrating because he's trying to focus on the run, which is more important.
And on the way out up here, we're going to make a small visit to a chest to pick up another power source.
Yeah, as we saw, Tifa was a bit weak there, and in an attempt to correct for it, we're grabbing a couple of power sources and using them on her. I'm not sure how necessary this is, but I think it's just good to do regardless.
You know, maybe using this power source is what actually regulates Tifa from what I was remembering.
Yeah, maybe. Here we have a pretty extensive world map section, which is actually the best place for Cloud to get a limit, which he's going to... I'll just say he's going to need for the next whether or not you call Snow a boss fight is... I mean, it doesn't really matter for the 100% run, luckily, because we have to do it regardless of whether or not it would be considered a boss fight.
Yes, specifically because beating her drops the Alexander materia, and that does qualify for 100% materia.
Yeah, that's the only place you can get Alexander, and we're going to need that.
And I believe someone brought up earlier about the bunnies. So this is one of the enemies that in this game has a very high evasion, just like Palmer. So whether or not you are furied or not for these bunnies, they can still be a very big pain in the butt. We'll have to visit them later because they give us a materia or an item that we morph into.
Yeah, that's definitely an annoying fight. So here we're going to grab the map, which is going to be something that allows us to go up here and start a little cutscene with Elena, and afterwards we're going to go snowboarding, which is exactly the kind of thing you do when your friend dies.
We were just building off the hype of Cool Borders had in '97.
Of course. And if you're talking about Ptown's run, Ferrex, unfortunately that run was a 99 dough because it missed the Fire Fang, which we will ensure doesn't happen this run.
And so here's the snowboard that we need. The guy won't let us go down without a snowboard and a map, so now we got a snowboard and a map, and he's going to allow us to go snowboard down.
To be fair, it is kind of hard to snowboard without a snowboard.
And you definitely need a map to know where you're snowboarding.
Yeah, definitely. So we're going down the snowboarding track. We're hoping for few bonks, hopefully no bonks. The balloons don't really do anything, but we get them for swag. At least when the ones we do get. There will be a couple of forks in the road, and it will be important which directions we take to when we go down them, because where we end up landing at the very bottom is dependent on the path we took through snowboarding, and we do need to land at a specific point in order to grab a materia and just for the route to work out.
So we did get to see the bonk happen, but we'll just pretend it didn't. So we're still on a 0 bonk attempt.
Yeah, of course.
Nice swag backflip.
Nice. Coming up will be a pretty dangerous tree section. There are some ways to do it, but there are still a lot of trees that you have to not hit.
Oh my god, this is scaring me.
Yeah, wow. Okay,
But
nice tree
awesome.
section. Oh, and you hit a penguin right after. So yeah, we start out by going to the right, and at the next one we'll be going to the left.
And we'll know whether or not we did this right, even though it should be easy to remember those two directions. That we land right in front of a screen with a solo tree.
Yeah, Ptown hitting a lot of bonks, unfortunately, but this is a pretty difficult game.
If I remember correctly, Ace, that's the only screen with a tree like that, right?
I'm not certain, but I wouldn't be surprised. Whatever, he definitely did it right this time. Yeah, this tree screen.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas to some people for whom it probably is Christmas.
So again, we're seeing the steps that we need to take in order to maintain our step route. And P-Town's gonna grab the added cut materia that's here, which is extremely useful for Tifa for the next few hours.
Yeah, this is definitely necessary, both because 100% and because we grabbed it in no slots also.
Mm-hmm. And now this is something that's important that's coming up.
Yeah, we gotta touch the hot spring.
Yeah, that is something that that maybe people have not seen in casual, but you gotta touch this hot spring to activate the snow fight because apparently having hot hands is a no-no for the snow ladies. They like it cold.
Yeah. So this section right here is a world map area. So if we get encounters here, they won't count towards they won't like affect steps, and our movement here doesn't affect steps also. But that means that we can potentially get encounters here if we're unlucky. In addition, we also need to make sure that we exit towards the right area, so that we're going, so that we're exiting in the correct direction. Painfully, if you exit in the wrong direction, you can't know that you went the wrong direction until the next screen, which basically means your step route is pretty much dead the moment that you hit the wrong screen.
Interestingly enough, though, with that world map screen, the game doesn't treat it exactly like a world map either, though, because unfortunately you can't tent on there.
Yeah. So here we're going to be doing a setup for, first of all, we're running up and down here trying to force an encounter. That's part of step route, and that's because if we were to get this encounter on the next screen, it would be a pincer attack that would not be preferable. And we're also doing it here so that we can set up for a walking setup to get a preemptive encounter on the next snow boss fight. That's important because, yeah, that's pretty important. Sorry, yeah, that is pretty important. I'll get the right thing eventually. Actually, yeah, snow boss preempt isn't that important actually, but like we're actually thinking of a route idea where it might be more important than it is currently. It's a nice time save to get, and yeah, I think it's good to get. So yeah, if you walk for just the right amount of distance there, then go down here and have good movement, then you should get a preemptive.
Yeah. I've currently now seen 2 different ways that people do this, but as long as whatever walking you do there, plus how you move on these 2 screens is,
I think it was slightly off. I think you might have expended just a little bit too much, but that's not too bad.
Or he might just be fractions under.
Maybe.
We do have to consider that PC is a little bit funny like that. But if we did get the preemptive here, we have looked at the thought of just skipping using the cross slash entirely, and you can just have Cloud Death Sentence Tifa, since Tifa's Death Blow will get the benefit of the preemptive encounter, so she should one-shot just off of the Death Blow. Yeah, and the Death Blows don't miss from preemptive from what I remember, right?
So speaking of the pincer that I was talking about before, we're actually going to get one here. This is a part of step route, and so we were able to prepare for it. And we get it now because we just did the snow fight, and I believe we did not get an ice crystal drop. But if we had gotten one, then we would not have to morph one from this Bandersnatch right here.
And one thing that's good to know is Bandersnatches don't like fire, so they take a little bit extra damage here.
Yeah, they're double weak to fire.
That was a low roll from the flamethrower, though.
I guess so, yeah. There are some other strats you can use for this fight, like using a Molotov instead of a flamethrower. But, yeah. So Morph is an attack that, if you use it to kill an enemy, they can transform into an item based on who they are. And it does, in exchange, it does significantly less damage to make it hard to do so.
There is one exception to that, and we'll get to it when we start seeing Yuffie a little bit more.
Oh yeah, we'll talk about that. So we should get one fight on the last screen before the world map area again, and then do some walking steps, and that will actually be it for walking steps for a while.
And so luckily we've secured the items that we need so far from this section. And we're going to prepare for a section that normally is pretty tough in any percent. But with Hundo, we're pretty safe here due to the additional levels that we have for Cloud and everybody else. And just generally with how the route has been drafted.
I don't know if it's 1/8 or 1/16 actually, but it's low. No, it is 1/8. Wait, let me think. Added normal attack does like 3.2, morph does like 4. Yeah, it's definitely 1/8.
For anyone who hasn't played FF7, this section can be a little stressful. You see a little temperature there, so as we're climbing, Cloud is getting cold, and we definitely don't want his body temperature to drop below 26 degrees Celsius.
26 or lower, rather. So, yeah, he's going to warm up for safety. It's possible and not that difficult to get through this section without having to warm up at all, but definitely good to take the safety.
Yeah.
So
if you did collapse, you end up back at the bottom, and there's 3 screens that are just like this. So better to be safe than sorry.
Absolutely. Coming up here is the fight against 4 Zoloculter enemies that we're going to kill with Aqualung. This is because these enemies have a good amount, like they provide a good amount of AP and gil, and I guess experience as well. So they're routed in as part of kills in order to help master the transform materia actually.
Oh, Vipers are a little low.
Yeah, you should be fine for now though. I don't think you used any for a while.
Yeah, I think that's right. Right there we saw Ptown just looking at his inventory to just get Cloud back up to... Oh, Cloud and Sid back up for MP.
Yeah, MP is... You use a lot of MP during this segment. So we're going to grab the ribbon chest and the javelin chest. There's a ribbon off to the side that's normally the one ribbon that we get in most runs. And the javelin there is a weapon for Sid. That's a unique weapon that we need to get now. Now we're in the Stilva fight, where... Heal. I think I just saved Sid there. Sid
like
needs to be healed.
Yeah, okay, there we go. So right now we have Tifa and Cloud equipped with items that are going to protect them from this, but we use Sid to manipulate the Stilva. So if Sid dies, then we lose the access to manipulating it until we bring Sid back to life.
Yeah, Sid takes half damage because he has the dragon armlet equipped, but he does need to be at full health in order to survive. We do a Comet, which does a good amount of its HP, but not all of it. And then we death sentence Tifa in order to have her do more powerful morph attacks, which we use to kill. The morph will actually unmanip, but we can immediately remanip afterwards in order to prevent Stilva from doing attacks on our party.
And there's our 100% Holy Torch that we're going to need.
Yep, so in total, in that fight, we got the Magic Breath enemy skill on our 2 strong enemy skills materia, and got the Holy Torch item. After this rock is pushed over, this screen actually is no longer hostile, so we use that time to run out. After this, we're going to be going up, and we should get a 2 bats fight shortly before exiting. that's the fight there. And outside here is another of those cold climb screens. This one where it is impossible to actually make it in one without warming up, rather. So we will definitely be taking at least one warm-up session. Afterwards, Ptown might not want to heal before the next bit, but there is another one of those fights with 4 Zoloculter enemies, which we will be using to get more experience and AP and gil.
Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you for the raid, and welcome. We're doing a 100% FF7 run. Hopefully everyone's staying warm. We don't want to end up like Cloud right now, and just sit back, sit comfy, and enjoy the run.
Yep.
So there we go. We're warming ourselves up. Got a little bit.
Yeah, definitely more than we need to, but definitely safe to do so.
Yeah. So here's our second set of 4 Zoloculters, and this is the one that we're also going to get kills on, just so we can make sure that we're keeping AP on all materia that we have and the transform. Just as a reminder, these are intended to be mastered about halfway through the run, so we don't have to care about money anymore. And also we get a nice set of gil and EXP out of this too. Should get one more fight right out here.
Yep.
And then we're gonna proceed to the bats.
Yep, 2 head bomber. No, it's 2 Zoloculter, never mind. Head bombers are later.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're now. Yeah, go ahead.
So we're about to encounter the icicle fights right now, where it's a room with 4 icicles and bats that accompany them. You only need to kill 3 of them in order to advance to the next room, and that's exactly how many we're going to kill. We never really killed the 4th one. It's just not necessary.
Yeah, there's a Mega Elixir beyond there, but we don't need it, which the game subtitles as Last Elixir because that's its name in Japanese. But yeah, we're going to be going through the first 3 of these fights, but notably we're going to be killing all of the bats in the fight. You only need to kill the icicle to actually end the fight, but we want the experience and AP from killing the bats as well, so we're going to do that with a quick Aqua Lung. However, because Aqua Lung, or no, actually we're doing that with Magic Breath in this one. Magic Breath heals the icicle, and so it does not do any damage to the icicle. Laser is going to kill it in one shot because an icicle is 2 times weak to gravity, and laser does half of its health. However, because calculations round down in this game, laser does half its health rounded down, and when doubled, if its HP is odd, which can happen after using Aqua Lung, then it will have 1 HP remaining. So we followed up with a Tifa limit usage, or a Tifa attack or something. We're going to be doing that for these 3 fights.
Hopefully we have ribbons on Sid and Cloud, who have the good E-skills.
Yes, these bats can silence you, which means that you can't use magic. And Sid and Cloud, being the magic users here, are going to have ribbons to prevent that from happening to them.
Very nice. We got a Tifa use here.
4. That's 4 Tifa beat rushes, I believe.
That sounds about right.
Yeah. But we also have 2 Vampire Fangs.
So Vampire Fang is a nice one here. You can get Vampire Fangs off of any bat enemy. typically since these are part of the run, it's nice to get them here so we don't have to worry about it later. However, there is a backup that we could get it a lot later in the game, and you're guaranteed to get it through a morph. But it's nice to make note of not having to get it later if we can get it here. So one of those things where we keep track of drops, like the bolt plume that we mentioned way earlier in the game. It's also one of those things where every runner who does 100% will have a list of items that they consider their missables. And it usually gets updated as runs die to them. But that is one of the items that's online.
Yeah, there's definitely some items that you can obtain earlier in the run that you would need to re-obtain, that you need to like go back for if you fail to get them early. Vampire Fang is one of them, so it's good that we noted that we got one. So we're gonna jump down now. Even if we were to select no there, we could still jump down, luckily.
As that screen is not live on the hostile steps.
Yeah, that and hitting the center gives you the prompt again. So yeah, active. And we are going to be doing something soon that I hope won't do anything funny to the stream.
Okay. We're gonna attempt something that's a PC only manipulation, and we could talk a little bit more about it after the fact, but it's very nice to see it. Wow,
no! Oh, actually, no, it's fine. That's not as bad as it sounds.
That's
This is
very
an annoying
unfortunate.
fight, and this is an annoying fight, and he definitely should have healed Cloud before this, but it's actually not that bad.
Luckily, Cloud maintained his sadness from dying, so we didn't need to use a trank.
Yeah.
That may not always be the case, though.
Like, he will definitely want to have a cross slash before Genova death, but we have time to farm one. Just for now, it's most important that we get through the next thing that's happening. So I think that's definitely what we should do before we worry about Cloud. $1172 HP looks fine. Yeah. Here's one last screen with this cold thing, like one last cold screen where you have to worry about freezing. Once we're through this, we are going to be saving at the save point and quitting out of the game and doing something that I've started to call time travel, which I will explain in a bit.
One thing about this particular screen, if you're a little behind on steps, you could get an encounter right before going inside the cave with the Marlboro enemy. If any of you guys have played Final Fantasy before, is a very, very nasty enemy.
Yep,
And
absolutely.
And luckily, P-Town is good on steps, so we don't see that enemy. But you could be behind enough to get it, and it just could make the run a little bit more unfortunate.
Yeah, we're forcing this encounter to make sure that we're at the right point in the encounter table before we save the game, just to make sure nothing goes wrong, honestly. So we're gonna tent save. I think we're gonna Elemental Rama definitely.
Yeah, we're gonna do our pre-menu, and then we're gonna save.
And also we're setting, unfortunately you couldn't see it there because the frames are kind of bad right now, but we also set it to, we also set the game to, to recommended, the A to B to recommended. So right now, P-Town is going to be changing his computer's system clock to a time in September 2020, and then launching the game at a particular second. This seems to not have messed the stream up, so we're good so far. Okay. After this has happened, we're going to start the Schizo fight. We expect everybody's ATBs to be very low when we start. What this has done is manipulated what's called system RNG, which is responsible for seeding how battles work. We are now going to proceed through this battle in a very scripted fashion, because we are currently RNG manipulating it. These ATBs look good. The first thing we're gonna have Sid, I believe, laser Tifa, and then Cloud will use Death Sentence on Tifa. Tifa was just ice breathed right there, which was good. We want her to take that damage at the start. Tifa's going to use a death blow and hit.
That's some very good Tifa damage.
Yes, definitely. Sid will big guard the party. Cloud will get hit by an ice and be hit by a fire immediately after. Cloud will steal the Protect Ring. Tifa will do a death blow and hit. And this counter attack will not kill Tifa, but will leave her at double-digit HP. We will now death blow. We will now manipulate with Sid, defend with Cloud, and hold down the confirm button.
Very nice fight.
And that was Schizo. We stole the Protect Ring from Schizo, which is a very rare steal. It can take many minutes of just constant steal attempts to get it. And Tifa dying at the end was intended.
That's some very nice system plot from it.
Yes, we are now going to be reviving Tifa, tranking her, and setting the game to A to be active again. Because we are now going to be doing the main part of why we're doing this system clock manipulation, which is these next fights.
I'm going to step away for just a moment, Ace.
Go ahead. So, there is an enemy that can only appear on this next screen called Gigas. It drops an Earth Mallet 9/64ths of the time it is killed. We are going to manipulate that drop, so we only need to kill one of them. Unfortunately, because of how the encounter table is laid out, after a hard reset, it takes 5 encounters to get a Gigas, as in like 4 non-Gigas encounters, and then the 5th one will be a Gigas. On this first fight, we expected to see 2 attacks on Cloud, the second one possibly missing, but it doesn't matter if it misses or hits, it just might miss sometimes. The second fight should be pretty much immediately after, and it was targeted on Tifa, so we are on pattern 3 is what it's called, I believe. Yeah. So this is going to be, this is just, we just need to keep track of that to know exactly which of the manip patterns we're on. Yeah, Tifa no cover this time, that's correct. And then, I actually don't remember which of Cloud or Sid it should hit, but right here I believe it should just hit one of Cloud or Sid. Yeah, I believe Cloud is correct. Alright, this next one will be our Gigas. And P-Town will do something here in order to get the drop guarantee. Alright, for one hit, one death blow and kill, and we should see an Earth Mallet drop. And we do. Reset your system clock. Yeah, we're going to be taking a little bit of time loss in order to do something where we reset our system clock right now. There are some issues with how the game saves. If it is saving to a file that has been saved to at a later system date than it is currently. As a result, if you were to not reset the clock, it is possible that your save file would just be lost the next time you save and quit the game, and we will be doing that multiple other times in the run. So, what you just saw was an example of what's called system clock RNG manipulation, or system clock manipulation. This is where you change the clock on your computer in order to seed RNG in a particular way, because something called system RNG is seeded but based on your computer's clock when you start the game. So you might be a little bit concerned that this shouldn't be allowed in speedruns, and there are categories that prohibit this. We split PC runs based on SCM versus no SCM. However, it's also worth noting that this is a precedent that many other runs allow this kind of manipulation, such as Pokemon runs on Generation 4, which are played on the DS and they also do this kind of thing. And even Super Mario Odyssey does something similar with the date and time in any percent runs that use DSTA. This just seems to be one of the only runs that does it by setting your computer's system clock as opposed to a console's system clock. It's also worth noting that due to what's called the year 2038 problem, the only way to actually play Final Fantasy VII on PC after January 9th, 2038 will be by setting your system clock to an earlier date, which means that this kind of manipulation will essentially be required in order to play this game. Also, yeah, Schizo and I think some of the fights did enough damage to get Cloud as Limit Break, which he will be using in order to defeat Jenova Death quickly. So 2038 is special. You can search up the year 2038 problem on Wikipedia, but it's special because that is when the number of seconds since January 1st, 1970 will be greater than 2 to the power of 31, which means that when trying to represent the current Unix timestamp as a 32-bit signed integer, it will be represented as a negative number. That means that many programs that use an integer for that a 32-bit integer for that representation will not properly work because they expect the number to not be negative. And this includes FF7, which, as far as I'm aware, either crashes or somehow doesn't work when you boot it up after that date. This is going to be a problem that affects all computers in that year, but it's important to note. It's just worth noting that that is a thing that affects FF7 as well. Luckily, though, we only have about 15 years to worry about until we have to worry about it. So Jenova Death is kind of like Jenova Life, except significantly less risky. We cross-slash it, and we punch it a bunch, and we don't have to worry about something like Aqua Lung because we have the Fire Ring on Tifa. Tifa is now so powerful that we can just kill with 3 death blows, I believe. Yeah. Normally, in any percent-like runs, you would require additional damage outside of the amount that would be doable within 1 cross-slash duration.
And so pretty soon we're coming up on a point where it's another significant break. This one should be at least 2 minutes, maybe more.
Yeah. There's quite a bit of breaks again, though I definitely wouldn't call this run safe at all until after this next screen, because of a whirlwind that P-Town should get past, but for some reason the PC version is a bit weird, and we have seen weird glitchiness with whirlwinds like this one, so don't entirely count this as being safe.
Right, yeah, definitely once we get past this screen it should be somewhat safe. You know, there is some movement, but once we get to the point where we see Rufus, Scarlet, and everyone from Shinra, that's pretty much our break point.
Yeah, I think at this point I'm gonna try and, if it's like 3 p.m. almost for me, I'm gonna make some lunch. So I'm probably just gonna go for a bit and have some food, like actual food this time. So
Same here, I'm heating up my leftovers.
yeah, cool. Yeah, we're all just gonna take a break for a bit. So see you in a bit.